Ben, je viens de le dire.
Vu que tu dis en français et en anglais.
Ah, qu'on ouvre les portes. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C3, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, we are at questions and comments for the Honourable Member for Riverview Mountain View Dieppe. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here continuing the debate on Bill C3, a bill that Conservatives are cautiously optimistic about in terms of providing some degree of oversight to CBSA. One of the pressing issues with CBSA, of course, and one on which I think there'll be a need for a great deal of oversight, is the challenge that has grown up under this Liberal government of people crossing the border illegally, and the strain that that's put on our system, especially as many refugees in other parts of the world have to wait a very long time. So given that this is one of the issues that's raised in terms of CBSA and oversight, I wonder if the member can comment and give the House an update on what's actually happening in terms of that challenge.
Yeah, please. Honourable Member for Riverview Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I also have to say I'm extremely pleased that all members in this House, I believe, are supporting Bill C3. I think we all recognize in this House that it is extremely important that we put in place an independent review and complaint process, as we certainly want to make sure that all of our constituents are protected. That is, again, why we're extremely pleased. Just as the RCMP and other government departments have these types of independent review processes that are in place, that is why that we are moving forward in putting the resources in place and also the necessary investments to make sure that when such complaints come forward, that our constituents will be afforded an opportunity to make a complaint that will be investigated by an independent body. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can just reflect on just how important it is that we have oversight for the Canada Border Control agents. When you take a look at it, we have other oversight boards that cover our RCMP, our correctional officers, and this is something that I believe ultimately assists in building confidence in our system when you have a public oversight. And I'm wondering if she could just provide what her thoughts in terms of just the importance, given that most people would probably be surprised to find out that we don't currently have oversight. And this is something that's a priority for the government because it's Bill number 3.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his thoughtful question. Perhaps many of you in the House are not aware that before entering politics, I worked within the Kodiak RCMP regional office in Moncton, New Brunswick. And during that time, I saw the value of having an independent body that was able to conduct investigations when people felt that perhaps they didn't receive the proper service. So with respect to having in place an independent body, we want to make sure that all of our constituents are treated with the utmost respect, and also to ensure that they have the confidence to move forward and to make a complaint when it is necessary. So that is why we're very pleased that we're moving forward with this bill in a timely fashion. And not only are we moving forward with this bill, but in Budget 2019, more than $24 million has been set aside to make sure that the appropriate resources are in place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sud.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I've said before in the House, as someone who came to the House asking for oversight for the CBSA, I'm really excited about the enthusiasm of the other two parties, late though it may be. But my question for the Honourable Member is, the Bill C-23 we passed in the last Parliament granted extensive powers to U.S. border agents in pre-clearance areas in Canada without any oversight whatsoever. including over their use of force or complaints about things like harassment of religious or ethnic minorities. So I wonder if she has this enthusiasm for independent complaint mechanisms, why we don't have any mechanism at all that would apply to those U.S. border officers operating on Canadian soil in the pre-clearance areas.
Very quick answer from the member for Moncton Riverview. Yeah.
Well, Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank my colleague for his support of this bill. And once again, our priority is to make sure that we have an independent review complaint process here for the Canadian Border Services. That is where that we have jurisdiction, and we want to make sure that our constituents will have access to an independent body where they will be able to make a complaint if necessary. I also have to, however, highlight, Madam Speaker, we recognize that the large majority of the interventions that we have with CBSA are very, very positive, but in some extreme circumstances, we want to make sure that that is available to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You may debate. The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to add to the debate of Bill C-3 today. An independent review and complaints mechanism for the Canada Border Services Agency would fill an important gap for our national security agencies. And it's not a new issue for parliamentarians. You'll recall that similar legislation was introduced and debated last session as Bill C-98. While that bill received unanimous consent just 8 months ago, since that time our government has had the benefit of considering comments made on previous legislation, and its introduction as a new bill now is reflective of many of the comments and recommendations previously made. CBSA's oversight is not a new idea. In fact, Bill S-205, introduced by the former Senator Moore in the other place a few years ago, proposed a CBSA review body. That was in part a response to a previous call by senators to create an oversight body through the 2015 report of the Standing Senate Committee on National Security and Defense. Many parliamentarians, academics, experts, stakeholders have made similar calls over the years. That's largely because Canada is the only country among our closest allies not to have a dedicated review body for complaints regarding its border agency. Furthermore, the CBSA is the only organization within the public safety portfolio without such a body. Bill C-3 would change this environment. Canadians need to be confident their complaints are handled and addressed appropriately and independently. And they deserve enhanced reporting on how border services operate, which this bill also proposes. To expand on that, under Bill C-3, the new body would be able to not only report on its findings, but also to make recommendations as it sees fit. Those reports would include the PCRC's findings and recommendations on everything from the CBSA's policies and procedures, compliance with the law, and the reasonableness of the use of its powers. Colleagues, this is about accountability and transparency. And to parse why this is so important, I think it's important that we take a look at the rapidly changing context of the CBSA. On a daily basis, the CBSA officers interact with thousands of Canadians and visitors to Canada at airports, land borders, crossing ports, and other locations. To put that in numbers, that's 96 million interactions per year with travelers and 32 billion per year in duties and taxes, according to the 2017 and 2018 stats. That's 27.3 million cars, 34.5 million air passengers, 21.4 million commercial releases. And all of that happens at 13 international airports, 117 land border crossings, 27 rail sites, and beyond. All of this will only increase. That's why the government introduced a federal budget last year proposing investments of $2.5 billion for the CBSA to help modernize some of our ports of entry and our border operations. After all, we know the business of the border never stops, and it's only growing year after year. As honourable members know, ensuring that business continues while protecting Canadians requires the CBSA officers to have the power to arrest, detain, search, seize, as well as the authority to use reasonable force when required. We know that Canada's over 14,000 CBSA officers are truly world-class, providing consistent and fair treatment to travelers and traders. But as business grows along with demands for accountability, the CBSA can't reasonably be expected to handle all the complaints on its own, nor should Canadians expect they would. Yet currently, complaints about conduct the service provided by the CBSA officers are handled internally. If an individual is dissatisfied with the results of an internal CBSA investigation, there is currently no mechanism for the public to request an independent review of these complaints. Bill C3 neatly remedies all of this. For example, such an individual would be able to ask the PCRC to review his or her complaint. At the conclusion of the PCRC investigation, the review body would be able to report on its findings and make recommendations as it sees fit. The president of the CBSA would be required to respond in writing to the PCRC's findings and recommendations. The PCRC would also accept complaints about the conduct and service provided by the CBSA employees from detainees held in the CBSA facilities. These could include complaints related to treatment and conditions in detention. And on the rare occasion there be a serious incident involving the CBSA personnel, Bill C3 would legislate a framework to not only handle and track such incidences, but to publicly report on them. It would in fact create an obligation for the CBSA to notify local police and the PCRC of any serious incident involving the CBSA officers or employees. As I've noted, the legislation also allows for the PCRC to review, on its own initiative, or at least at the request of the minister, any non-national security activity of the CBSA. National security activities would be reviewed by the new National Security Intelligence Review Committee, or NSIRA. As colleagues know, the NSIRA is responsible for complaints and reviews relating to national security, including those relating to the RCMP and the CBSA. You'll see provisions in Bill C3 would facilitate information sharing and cooperation between the PCRC and NSIRA. I'll also point out that the PCRC would have the authority to review, uphold, amend, overturn enforcement, trade our national security decisions made with the CBSA. Nor would it consider complaints that could be dealt with by other organizations such as the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Commissioner of Official Languages, or the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. What it would do is provide a reasonable, long sought after framework to build accountability in our public safety agencies and trust among Canadians. As I close, I'd like to point out that this is the latest in a line of recent measures to enhance accountability in our national security apparatus. The former Bill C-22 led to the creation of the now operational National Security Agency Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, which has a broad mandate to review national security and intelligence organizations. The former Bill C-59 led to the creation of the National Security Intelligence Review Agency, or NSIRA, to which I referred earlier. NSIRA now has the authority to review any activity carried out by CSIS or the Communication Security Establishment, and any national security intelligence related activity carried out by federal departments and agencies. These amount to unprecedented enhancements in our national security accountability. They are on top of the government's creation of a national security transparency commitment, which is all about integrating Canada's democratic values into our national security activities, and they build on the government's broad national security consultations in 2016, which sought to engage Canadians, stakeholders, and subject matter experts on issues related to national security and the protection of rights and freedoms. Colleagues, in those consultations, 4/5 or 81% of online responses called for an independent review mechanisms for departments and agencies that have national security responsibilities, including the CBSA. That should provide some rationale for bipartisan support for Bill C-3. By parliamentarians, by academics, experts and stakeholders alike, and by other Canadians. Honourable members, our security and intelligence communities must keep pace with evolving threats to safety and security of Canadians and with a rapidly changing border environment. And they must do so in a way that safeguards our rights and freedoms and the people's trust in how the government works. That's why I ask the House to join me in supporting Bill C-3 today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Mississauga for sharing his profound passion on this topic with this House and for the work he put into preparing those detailed remarks that he gave to the House on Bill C-3 today. I want to ask the member just further to what he said, if he thinks that this oversight body, one of the questions they might take up is the issue of increased illegal border crossing, if there may be questions that come to the oversight body related to that. I didn't really hear an answer from the previous member, and what is the government doing about this challenge of growing flows across our border from the United States?
Honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for the kind remarks, as my passion's only rivaled by his enthusiasm, so thank you for that. As for your... as to address your question, you know, as a South Asian male, I've actually had many incidences where there's been gross misconduct.
Through the speaker, please.
Yes, sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, to address the question. As a South Asian male, I've had many incidences with friends and families at border crossings where there's been gross mishandling of our entry or departure of the country. And this isn't by any means indicative of the CBS nationals that are entering our borders first have that mechanism to have complaints heard. So before we address the concerns of illegal border crossers, I think it's important to address the concerns and trust of those that are nationals of the country. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Eskimo Saanich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, I'm always disappointed to see Conservatives using every opportunity to stigmatize refugees in this country. But I want to compliment the member for his speech on this topic and for his recognition that, by and large, Canadian Border Service agents do a good job, but having better accountability mechanisms will only increase the quality of the performance of those agents and help them establish public trust for the work that they have to do. My question to him, because he's from Mississauga, has to do once again with pre-clearance, especially the very large numbers of people who go through U.S. pre-clearance at Toronto Pearson. And while we're establishing accountability for our border service offices, in the last Parliament, his government put forward a bill, Bill C-23, the new Pre-Clearance Act, that gives U.S. border agents the same powers as Canadian border agents, and they're exercising them on Canadian soil, and it even removes the right of U.S. citizens to withdraw from U.S. pre-clearance, and there is no accountability mechanism in place for the activities of U.S. border agents in Canada. So I wonder if the honourable member has any comment on that problem.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I thank my colleague for the question and his advocacy and good work on the issue. As I was stating earlier to address the previous question, I think it's pretty important that we address concerns domestically first and pretty much take care of our housekeeping here internally first before we address any other concerns. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks as the Member of Parliament for Châteauguay-Lacour, where both the Lacour border crossing and Roxham Road are located. I am proud of the way that our officials, both in the CBSA and the RCMP, have handled in a legal, humanitarian way the irregular entry of people crossing Roxham Road. And I think, yes, I think they deserve, many of the residents of my riding work at the Lacour border crossing, and what they have told me is that they were hampered 4 or 5 years ago by cuts that were made by the Conservative government to their operations, cuts that hampered the security measures that they have to take on a daily basis. I welcome the legislation. I would like to hear my honourable colleagues' remarks on this issue.
Very quick comment from the member from Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for the question. As she knows, in our previous government, we had an unprecedented amount of funding to the CBSA, restoring their ability to address concerns at the border, whether that's illegal border crossers, whether that's, in my neck of the woods, the concern of the smuggling of weapons, perhaps. But our government's quite aware of the need for the CBSA to be able to do their job, and in order to allow them to do their job effectively, we've been quite pleased to continuously support them through funding from the national level. Thank you.
Du débat, the honourable member for l'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate on Bill C3, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The Conservative Party will always protect the integrity of our borders and ensure that the CBSA has the resources that it needs, both in terms of labor and resources. Having an oversight body would improve overall oversight and help the CBSA be more efficient in its work. Madam Speaker, there are a number of questions that are raised for me by the actions of the government. For example, why did they wait so long to act on a promise that they made in the 2015 election? It's become commonplace to see the Liberal government defer work that they had promised to do. If it was so important in 2015, well, 5 years later, it should be urgent now that we're in 2020. That's why this bill is really just a copy of Bill C-98, which died on the order paper in the 42nd Parliament. During committee study, that bill got only 7 witnesses, including the minister and 5 senior officials of the department. This time around, I hope that the parliamentary committee will have all of the time and latitude necessary to properly study the bill and to allow more witnesses to come and discuss the bill as it should be discussed. We are going to ensure that all stakeholders affected by this bill will be heard during committee study. We want to take all the time necessary to do the work properly. Now, Madam Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate my friend and colleague, the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, for his very hard work on behalf of Canadians when it comes to public safety. He has worked very effectively in this House, and I think that deserves to be mentioned. Our entire caucus is very proud of him, and I want to tip my hat to him. Madam Speaker, our border services are very important when it comes to protecting our economy and also the health and safety of the food that we import. I would like to have the Liberal government's assurance that our free trade agreements with other countries are fair, or rather will be fair and equitable. I also want to make sure that the government is doing everything it needs to do to make sure that food coming across our borders meets the same standards as we would expect as from food produced within Canada. I also want to mention that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary-Shepherd. On the aluminum file, we're talking about Chinese aluminum that is coming into North America, aluminum that's produced by coal-fired power plants, as opposed to aluminum which is produced with hydroelectricity here in Quebec. So I don't think that this government is quite as careful about the environment as it claims to be. They don't walk the talk. I also want to talk about the Liberal government's consultation process. Did the government ask frontline RCMP 8 officers and CBSA officers what they thought of this process? And did they ask about their concerns, and were those concerns taken into consideration? Madam Speaker, I also have concerns about the independence of the Commission. Judging by the past, This government tends to interfere in independent commissions. For example, recently we saw the Prime Minister interfering in a file that should have been handled by the Attorney General of Canada, and we still haven't quite gotten to the bottom of that matter. On this side of the House, we still have questions to ask about the Ethics Commissioner's report on that subject. We hope that all parliamentarians on the Ethics Committee will work together to get to the bottom of that. Now, that said, this bill is about C3, and I don't doubt that C3 is necessary and useful. However, I think it might be more important to work on addressing the issue of the increase of illegal firearms in Canada, street gangs, overdoses, mental health problems, repeat offenders, and finally, human trafficking within Canada. Why is this bill the government's first priority as we start the 43rd Parliament when there are so many other urgent subjects that need to be addressed? Madam Speaker, this Liberal government seems to want to work on certain files where there's a level of consensus so that they can avoid any big social policy debates. But there are so many things they could be doing to ensure prosperity and safety in this country. And yet they've been dragging their feet on those issues. The government prefers to do what it pleases, rather than dealing with the truly urgent issues of the day. As I've already said in this House during a statement, I'd like to mention a very important issue that could have been made a priority by this government. Now, we know that Canada is a country that has many natural resources. We have crude oil, natural gas in the west, and also in Newfoundland. We have hydroelectricity in Quebec, Manitoba, and BC, nuclear energy in Ontario and New Brunswick, and, of course, shale gas, coal, solar energy, wind energy, and biomass energy. We're very, very lucky as a country to have all of those resources. Many countries around the world would love to have Canada's resources and would have the opportunity to rise out of poverty as a result. So this raises a number of important questions. How can we transport this energy within Canada so that all provinces and territories are adequately served? And how can we still have strong exports to the U.S.? Is our infrastructure adequate to meet those objectives? Are our transportation methods safe and reliable? Or rather, are we dependent on a single source of transportation, as we saw with the propane shortage? What about the environmental and economic impacts of this? So as you can see, Madam Speaker, there are a number of big questions that deserve answers here. And for this reason, I would propose creating a national commission on energy security. I think that the Canadian energy sector should come together to have a national consultation overseen by the federal government. We need to have the courage to talk about the energy sector and stop pretending that problems don't exist. Unfortunately, this subject has become very divisive in Canada. So it would be better to choose the subject that brings people together. So I invite parliamentarians from all parties to start this very important discussion about the future of our country, a discussion with all relevant stakeholders from the energy sector so that we can establish a real strategy about Canada's energy future and set up a national commission on energy security. A Canadian perspective on energy security would help guide decisions in future generations and position ourselves on the world market. So I think we should do our duty as parliamentarians and legislators and ask the government to show some leadership for the well-being of Canadians and for our economic prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, my colleague talked early in his speech about transporting merchandise across the country. And farmers are telling us that fairly often big trucks full of milk are getting through and increasing quotas of what's allowed in Canada. So I'm wondering if he has received any complaints about this type of problem and whether there should be an independent commission for that. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her relevant question. I did talk a little bit about this in my speech. I said that we need to increase the number of border inspections for food so that we know that what is coming into Canada is really what it is said to be, whether it's one type of milk or another. So it's really important to have regular inspections at the border to ensure that people who are doing business with Canada and trading with Canada are being honest about the cargo that they're bringing in.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable...
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I listened very attentively to my colleague's speech. He was talking about a subject that he cares about a lot. And, you know, I've worked with him on the issue of the propane crisis, the shortage that we had last fall in Quebec. And we both realized that, you know, when this happened, many sectors of Quebec's economy and even the Ontario economy were being threatened and undermined. And he raised an important point that I'd like him to talk about a bit more. And this is his idea of having an energy commission. I think this is a really interesting option, and I think that we should consider it. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased with this question. I want to thank my colleague for it. I think that right now we've come to the point in Canada where we need to take the time to talk about all of the different energies that we have and how we should look at them in a vision for the future, because we need to ensure the well-being of Canadians over the next 2 or 3 generations. We have the opportunity to set up some infrastructure that will serve us for the next 100 years and to make really wise choices. There will be a lot of oil in the future, but also a lot of electricity. And I don't quite understand why we have a hard time selling Quebec's electricity to Ontario. Right now, it's easier to sell Quebec's electricity to the U.S., and yet there's no real border between Quebec and Ontario. We're in the same country. So I think we need to maybe look at provincial laws there, but we definitely need consultation, because in Canada now we should be able to benefit much more from our energy sector through such a commission.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Madam Speaker, I was very impressed by my colleague's comment about energy and the synergy between the different energy sectors. I think rather than bickering about energy in Canada, on the contrary, we should look at each region and see what their strengths are, because we all have different capacities, different types of energy. We've got oil in the West, we've got hydroelectricity, nuclear energy. So we could really be having a really good debate here. And instead of just bickering about energy, if we really focused on having more synergy on energy, I think that would be great. And I think that my colleague has laid out a great plan to deal with that. So I'd like my colleague to talk even more about this synergy. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank my colleague again for his question. This is a really crucial point. It's 2020 now, and today all parliamentarians should be thinking about the next 20, 50, even 100 years. That's our duty, Madam Speaker. We are here, and we should take advantage of our time here to set out the right path for our future economy and ensure that our children, grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren ensure that they have great prosperity thanks to our energy sectors. I think we need to take this seriously and guide Canada towards a very prosperous future. Thank you.
Debate. Please, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to start by thanking my colleague, the member for Lévis-Lobinière, for having shared his time with me and giving me the opportunity to make a few remarks about this bill.
Constituents, again, for sending me here for a second term and for the trust that they've placed in me in this past election. C3, of course, was there in the last Parliament, and I was elected then, and I remember the debates on the subject. And much of the contents of the legislation being proposed before us is very, very similar. And the fact that this happens to be one of the very earliest bills, we have so many urgent, more critical issues to be dealing with, it just calls into question, I think, the judgment of the government in pushing this bill forward at this time. And of course, I support the contents of the bill. I support making it this complaints body. I support greater oversight over the civil service here and in other situations as well. I spent a better part of the last Parliament on 2 different committees, Foreign Affairs and Finance, calling just exactly for that greater oversight. Our role as parliamentarians is to ensure the oversight of spending that the Government of Canada does, but also the oversight over the civil service and what they're doing. I know, Madam Speaker, that you sat on a committee in the previous Parliament which exactly was related to the OGO committee, the acronyms we call it, Operations and Government Estimates. And again, there are so many other things that we could be dealing with, and often I've heard members say, for example, this was a good idea, or for example, this legislation has this concept, and for example, these are the types of problems that this legislation will solve, which is going to bring me to my Yiddish proverb, and one that says, for example, is not the same as proof. Proof of why we should be pursuing this particular legislation at this time with this expediency. There are so many other issues. I'm going to use, for example, other issues that we should have brought forward and dealt with immediately. Issues I think are of #1 concern to people in Alberta, to people in my constituency, but all across Canada. I'll bring you, for example, first-time homebuyers incentive program, which just last week, the Government of Canada, to a question I asked on the order paper, gave us an answer on $1.25 billion of spending on a program that has helped less than 3,000 people. I called it an election gimmick many months ago when the program came out. I chased down Department of Finance officials. I chased down Evan Siddall, the CEO of the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, the minister, and many others at different committees to get answers before this House. And now we see that the results of the program have failed. It would be much more interesting for this House to do a deep dive, to look into this program much more closely. The Government of Canada has said that 2,700 approvals have happened, but as my colleague from Calgary Rock Ridge mentioned to me, industry standards say that only about 50% of people actually went through with it. So we have put aside $1.25 billion and probably helped 1,300 people to achieve their dream of home ownership, which is an abysmal failure for a government program. A government program, Madam Speaker, that was pushed forward by the Minister of Finance, that was pushed forward by the Minister of Families and Social Development, a program that was highly defended by Department of Finance officials and CMHC officials who did not like my chasing down answers on behalf of constituents. And people in my riding are very worried about that. That's a bill we could be reviewing right now, a piece of legislation to review the program and maybe eliminate it. Save some money, save some time, save some dollars, and look into why we failed as an oversight body to stop this, and it's an election gimmick. That's my first example, Madam Speaker. Another thing I'll mention on that is originally the Government of Canada used 100,000 people would be helped by the program, and after 99 days of the data before this House provided, we know that only about 32,000 people would be helped over a 4-year time span. When I originally asked the question, where did they get that 100,000 at committee, the Department of Finance told me CMHC gave them the numbers, and CMHC told me the Department of Finance gave me the numbers. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that's been your experience in the past of different parliamentary committees where department officials disagree about who gave whom what numbers. That would be a worthy enterprise of this House to look into why this program so massively failed. And I know that in this next budget, potentially we could be expanding the reach of the program to $789,000 homes. And I'm very worried this expansion of this program will not meet any of its goals. That's one. We could, for example, have looked at the approval of Tech Frontier and the legislation governing it. Tech Frontier is a $20.6 billion investment in northern Alberta. 10,000 jobs. 7,500 construction jobs, 2,500 operating jobs annually for 40 years. It is wholly within the territory of Alberta. It is wholly within the jurisdiction of Alberta. We control our natural resources. And all we are saying is we don't want a handout. As an Albertan, I'm saying I do not want a handout. The people of my constituency do not want a handout. We don't want a just transition directed from Ottawa to the people of Alberta. We want to be simply given the respect and dignity to continue creating wealth. And then we're fine if through equalization and transfer payments to redistribute a portion of it to our friends in the rest of Canada. But tech frontier would be an important issue to be debated before this House and looked at. It must be approved. And as I asked yesterday in this House, I'm wondering if the government of Canada is afraid of saying yes to Premier Jason Kenney. I was thinking in French, Premier Ministre. But that would be an interesting one to look at. But Albertans will say that if this project is not approved, we will know that we are not respected within Confederation. And that is a drastic change to how this Confederation is supposed to work. I want Confederation of 1867, the way the fathers of Confederation intended it to be. Truly autonomous provinces, able to develop their resources, able to do the best things for the people of their province. They elect their provincial governments to do that. And I know that the people of Quebec understand this and have fought for this for decades now, just like every single other all other provincial residents should be doing. They should be looking at the provincial governments to do this. That would be worthy, for example, of this House to take a look at to make sure that the government of Canada is making the right decisions on behalf of Canadians and on behalf of Albertans. We could be looking at Trans Mountain Pipeline and its construction and the series of missteps, dithering, and failures of the government of Canada led to the point where a business, Kinder Morgan, opted out. You know, Northern Gateway was cancelled, Energy East was cancelled, TMX was expropriated. As my colleague from Carleton likes to say, all of our exes are in Texas. All those companies moved their money to Texas and now are building thousands of kilometers of pipeline in Texas for product that will compete at the Oklahoma hub with Alberta product. And that is an absolute travesty of the situation, Madam Speaker. For example, that would be something that we could have considered instead of doing C3 immediately. C3 is a piece of legislation that could be cobbled with other matters before the House.
Speak up, Jack.
Of order, yes. The honourable member for St. John's. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I get the enthusiasm of the member to talk about matters dealing with the oil industry in Alberta, but I'm just wondering what relevance it has to Bill C3, which is the matter we're debating here in the House today.
I'm confident that the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd will get to the matter of the bill, and he has about a minute and a half left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I was just saying, going back to C3 and the oversight propositions inside the bill, because as I want to remind the member, for example, thank you, back to the Yiddish proverb, for example is not proof that this particular piece of legislation needs to be before us at this very moment. It could have been cobbled and combined with other matters that the Government of Canada was considering needed to be done to the Canadian Border Services Agency. Again, we've seen a predilection of the government to institute and include all types of things in omnibus budget bills that don't belong there. And it was in the last Parliament, I should remind the House and Madam Speaker, yourself as well, that it was a Speaker and the Chair who decided to exclude certain portions out of previous omnibus budget bills. But C3 itself, at this moment, when I talk to my constituents, when I ask them, what is critical to your day-to-day? What are the most important issues to you? What touches your daily life immediately? None of them have told me it's C3. None of them have told me it's the oversight of the CBSA immediately but it's their jobs, it's their livelihoods, it's the prosperity of Alberta families, Madam Speaker. With that, I will take questions and comments.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank my colleague from Calgary Shepherd for his comment. He ended his speech with his comment about no one in his constituency is asking about C3. And I want to extend that to one of the problems that we have with this bill is no one in the government has actually asked the workers in CBSA about C3. Maybe what they should have asked is a follow-up on their employee survey where 63%, almost 2 out of every 3 workers in CBSA said senior management is not to be trusted. They could not bring issues of ethics or concerns forward with senior management without fear of reprisal. Now, we've seen this Liberal government go after any whistleblower, whether it's a former justice minister, whether it's a lady complaining about the Prime Minister's blackface. They fired her and threatened to send to re-education camps anyone similar. So I wonder if my colleague would care to comment on the fact that 63% of CBC staff do not trust this government, do not trust their managers for any issue without fear of reprisal, and maybe that should be looked at before they just jam C3 through.
Good question. Really
For Calgary Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton West for bringing to the attention of the House the fact that so many rank-and-file members of CBSA don't feel comfortable going to their managers. And this is something I've consistently seen now and is going to the second parliament, is oftentimes departmental plans are ignored by the ministers responsible. And they are an absolute wealth of information when it comes to the actual priorities that should be found in bills like this, technical pieces of legislation that are looking after oversight bodies. Because it's oftentimes in the departmental plans where we find failures of government administration and oversight in being able to provide both the services to Canadians and also providing a work environment for employees that is the standard, the expected standard that we should have.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He said, Prime Minister Jason Kenney, this leadership race just keeps changing every day, and I hope the member for Calgary Shepherd will consider his own future in that context after such an excellent speech in defense of things that are also important to us. I want to ask the member to share a little bit more about what he's hearing from people in Alberta. I know for my constituents, tech frontier, building pipelines, these are things that are top of mind. And the government discussion, what we're seeing in the media today, is they're talking about a rescue package. They're talking about giving money to people outside of the context of being able to actually develop our natural resources. But what I hear from Albertans is we don't want to become an equalization receiving province. We want to be a building contributing province, but the government has to get out of the way in order to allow us to develop our natural resources. And our desire for every part of the country is that every region, every group of people within this country are able to seize the opportunities that are provided to them by natural resources instead of being forced into dependency on the federal government by anti-development policies. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So I'd like to thank the member, obviously, for the question. Maybe I'll begin by saying I am officially not running for the leadership of my party. I'm also the caucus chair, so I'll be staying completely neutral. Je peux le répéter en français aussi s'il le faut, mais je le ferai pas.
I can also speak in French if I have to, but I won't.
The member brings up, I think, the crux of the issue, the most important matter for my constituents. When I was knocking doors in the past election, consistently on every street, equalization was an issue, and it didn't matter. Seniors, young people, people who were employed, unemployed, were bringing up the issue of equalization as an issue of fairness. Alberta has not collected equalization in any way since 1965. We've been a net contributor over $600 billion, and Albertans are tired of the situation where we are told we are not allowed to create the wealth that then is expected to be shared. We don't have a problem with sharing, but do not stand in the way of our ability to create the wealth in the first place.
Des commentaires, questions and comments? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, you know, this is legislation that actually has good support on all sides of the House. And just listening to my Conservative friends across the way, they seem to want to debate issues that are not necessarily relevant to the bill itself. And my question to the member is, would he not agree that this is something that is long overdue? We have actually seen a great deal of consultation that has taken place over the last number of years, and we have now made it a high priority by placing it as the third bill of this House. And when can we, from his perspective, when would he like to see this particular bill go to a committee, a standing committee, where in fact maybe we can listen to what other Canadians, in particular some of those correctional officers quite possibly, others, to provide...
Very quick comment from the member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So I'll thank the member for Winnipeg North for asking me that. I'd be happy to see this bill go to committee once all members are satisfied that they've represented their constituents in this House on the matter.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Thank you. I am glad to be able to participate in this debate. For second reading of Bill C3. This bill, if it passes, will change the RCMP's Civilian Complaints Review Commission. This allows civilians an opportunity to express issues and have their complaints heard. The new commission would be added on to the current Complaints Review Commission at the RCMP. This new commission would receive complaints from the public about the conduct of employees, and they would communicate with the RCMP. However, complaints about national security would not be heard by this commission. When it comes to national security, complaints are reviewed by the National Security Monitoring Bureau. This is essential in maintaining peace and security throughout the country, and that's been the case for 16 years. Up until now, the Canadian public has been relying on 14,000 employees to offer fair, respectful services to the public. These 14,000 employees are responsible for the longest land border on the planet. Whether it be one of the 13 airports, 117 points of control on land, or any 117 points of control, or one of the other ports, or other posts of our vast country. They are ready to protect our borders. Furthermore, they ensure that they control the flow of goods and people crossing the border, while offering professional and courteous service. Many members of this place will remember the testimony about the peerless service offered by employees during their international trip. During the last fiscal year, staff interacted with 96 million travelers, controlled 4 million of them, and verified 21 million parcels, as well as a great deal of mail. Sometimes they will seize illegal merchandise. They apply international trade rules, and they make sure that everything that's sent here remains safe. The agency is responsible for more than 96 laws and regulations that ensure our country's safety. The professionalism and the devotion of these employees is something to be recognized. When people feel that their rights have been violated during an interaction with a government agency, they should have the opportunity to make a complaint about the organization in question. I am also of the opinion that these complaints should be reviewed by an external and independent organization. That's a guarantee that Canadians expect, and they have a right to it. Madam Speaker, this is the guarantee that Bill C3 intends to offer the public. The agency is currently the only organization under the governance of public safety that does not have its own independent mechanism for review. This mechanism has been requested by a long list of supporters. If you will allow, I will outline some of them. The chair of the Human Rights Commission spoke about it in 2016. That's why we, like others, have requested that an independent review and monitoring organization be established for the Canada Border Services Agency regarding people who are detained, whether they be migrants or foreigners. Ms. Moore presented S-216, which proposed the establishment of Inspector General responsible for receiving complaints. This bill was followed in the same year by an eminent report by the Standing Senate Committee on Public Safety and Defense, which came to the same conclusion. The committee later recommended that the Canadian government create an independent organization to review public complaints about the agency. When it comes to national safety, our government has already created the Activity Monitoring Office for National Safety and Intelligence. This office can review all of the government's activities, including the Border Services Agency's activities. C3 would therefore close the gap. Bill C3 will allow for independent review of government activities, other than those that have to do with national security. The new Complaint Review Commission could lead its own investigations. I'm sorry, I must interrupt the Honourable Member for Orléans and say that you will have 4 minutes remaining after question period in order to finish your speech. We will now move on to statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tuesday is the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, giving us a chance to recognize the amazing Canadian women who've trailblazed a path for the next generation of female astronauts, doctors, and engineers. Too often, young women face barriers in pursuing a career in the sciences. More needs to be done to highlight the Canadian women who are currently pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Sheila Singh and Dr. Juliet Daniel at McMaster University, my colleague, the member for Etobicoke North, and Canada's Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Teresa Tam. These exceptional students are showing our young women that no job is too big, no challenge is too insurmountable, and no disease is incurable if you work hard and surround yourself with a team as diverse as our country. Thank you for inspiring the next generation of women scientists.
The Honourable Member for Denity, Mississippi Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, the Meadow Lake Lions Club was chartered in 1962 and has been very successful in raising money for the community and for aid around the world ever since. Locally, annual donations have provided everything from scooters to eyeglasses for those in need, as well as student trips to Ottawa, Australia, Europe, and Africa. The Meadow Lake Hospital Foundation has received over $100,000 in the past few years for much-needed hospital equipment. There have been contributions to the arena, the curling rink, the swimming pool, and to schools for playground equipment. However, Lions Park has been their pride and joy since it opened in 1983. Approximately $400,000 has been devoted to this jewel of Meadow Lake. Mr. Speaker, I recently had the privilege of presenting Lion, Bill Hart, a certificate for 50 years of service. This is outstanding volunteerism. I ask all members to join me in recognizing Bill Hart and the rest of the Meadow Lake Lions Club for their incredible contributions to our small community.
The Honourable Member for Château-de-l'École.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honor of Black History Month, I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous work of the Châteauguay Horizon Community Association, founded in 1994 by the late businessman and philanthropist Clinton Ritchie, and now headed by the illustrious Uton McLean. Horizon's mission is to support, financially and personally, promising students in our Black community. Young people who have excelled and recently received scholarships include Kyle Briggs in physiotherapy, Ashik Hines in primary education, and Shanice Madison in forensic medicine.
These are financed by wonderful community suppers where all are welcome. Madam Speaker, you have not tasted jerk chicken or fried plantain until you have enjoyed these delicacies as cooked up by Hazel, Patricia, and the other terrific volunteers at Horizon.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
In Canada, we are seeing rapidly rising rates of new HIV infections in Indigenous communities for racialized Canadians and among young gay men. Over the last 2 years, the UK and New South Wales managed to decrease new HIV infections by 30 to 40%, while Canada saw an 11% increase. Science tells us that people knowing their status is the key to decreasing infection rates. In December 2018, I asked the Prime Minister to expedite approval for new HIV self-tests, Canadian technology that's been in use in other countries since 2012, and more than a year later, we're still waiting. Taking the low-cost steps of making home testing widely available, eliminating the need to see doctors to get tested, and making retrovirals and PrEP readily available to high-risk populations will get us to the United Nations HIV/AIDS Program 90-90-90 goals. Having 90% living with HIV knowing their status, 90% in treatment, and 90% with viral suppression would put Canada on the path to ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic once and for all.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For February, I wanted to underscore the importance of Black History Month.
The town of Milton is officially recognizing Black History Month with a proclamation at Town Hall on Monday, February 10th at noon. The Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton has exhibits and shows across Halton throughout the month, and I encourage everyone to check the schedule. I'd like to highlight the contributions of two amazing Black women from my riding. Cheryl Hales is a celebrated Black woman from Milton who led a delegation to the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women in New York. She's one of CFUW Milton's 100 women of the past 100 years. Kayla Alexander is Milton's hometown basketball superstar and also the author of a book for children, The Magic of Basketball. Yesterday, she led Team Canada to victory over Belgium and went 5 for 7 for shooting for 12 points. I'd encourage everyone in Canada to check out the local schedules for Black History Month and get out to an event in February. And tune in to watch Kayla and Team Canada this weekend, because one more win and they're off to the Olympics in Tokyo. Go Canada, go!
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the House to pay tribute to Shirley Judge, who passed away earlier this week at the age of 75. Together with her husband Vince, Shirley was a pillar of the Listowel and North Perth community. Through her faith, music, and kind encouragement, she was a loving influence on everyone she met. She was a kindergarten teacher, taught Sunday school, and was a church organist for more than 3 decades. She sang with the Beaton Sisters, was an honorary member of the Baptist Women's Association of Ontario and Quebec, and was a quiet yet determined force on so many campaigns. To her husband Vince, her children Kelly, John, and Greg, and their 7 grandchildren, I offer my deepest sympathies. Through sorrow and grief, we can take comfort in the memory of a life filled with love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Madam Speaker, in this Black History Month, and as a woman, I'd like to recognize the extraordinary contributions of a woman who turns 93 on February 9th, 2020. She's not very well known outside of my riding. I'm talking about Felicidades J. Joseph. She arrived in 1971 and shortly thereafter founded the Haitian-Canadian Quebecer Welfare Association, whose mission is to improve the living conditions of the Haitian community, foster job creation, help the disadvantaged, and promote the cultural heritage of people of Haitian origin and their positive integration into Quebec and Canadian society. Despite her advanced age She's almost 93. She's still on her feet and is incredibly helpful to all the underprivileged communities in my riding. The honor is all yours, Ms. Joseph. Happy birthday.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Depends on how much you practice and how you are taught. Earlier this month, Ontario's Education Quality and Accountability Office awarded Sudbury Secondary School the Dr. Betty Stevenson Recognition of Achievement Award for student success in mathematics. The school teaches key math concepts repeatedly. It's called spaced practice or spiraling. 71% of students say that spiraling helps them retain information. Je veux féliciter and want to congratulate Principal Heather Downey and her devoted staff, including Crystal Gibbs, Janet Lankshire, Clinton James, and Ryan Wilson, on the impact of their efforts at Sudbury Secondary School. Vos efforts ont été reconnus.
Your efforts have been recognized.
Teaching and learning math are making a real difference. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Madam Speaker, seniors today face many difficult challenges, including housing, healthcare, finances, neglect, and abuse. They need community, and they need to remain active in order to stay healthy and feel engaged. So that's why I'm honored to rise today to recognize the Langley Senior Resource Centre and the invaluable benefits it provides to seniors in Langley and the surrounding communities. Since 1982, the mission of the centre has been to deliver services aimed at meeting the emotional, physical, and social needs of the seniors. I was recently given a wonderful tour of the facility and saw firsthand what they have to offer. Recreational programs, wellness programs, tax clinics, art classes, and exciting day trips. The centre offers this in part by using proceeds from their cafe and thrift store, as well as the selfless efforts of many volunteers. I'm grateful for this opportunity to express my appreciation for the Langley Seniors Resource Centre and the work they do for seniors in my riding.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
This Black History Month, I would like to draw the attention of this House to two young dynamic leaders who are making a difference in Montreal's West Island, Kemba Mitchell and Akila Newton. As president of the West Island Black Community Association, Kemba and her team, including Joan Lee and Maria Durant, are leading this long-standing pillar of the West Island's community groups network into a new era with new and varied activities. Akila Newton has channeled her passion for the arts into grassroots community action. A graduate of the Liverpool Institute for the Performing Arts, she returned to the West Island to create Overture with the Arts, a non-profit organization that enables young people to pursue their passion in the performing arts when financial circumstance may not otherwise permit. Through their community vision and contributions, Kemba and Akila are strengthening our community and enriching the quality of life of West Islanders.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, last week at the Cornwall Civic Complex, we had the honour and privilege to welcome Ontario's premier curling event, the 2020 Ontario Curling Championships. 18 of the best men's and women's teams from across southern Ontario, some of the best curling teams in the entire world for that matter, battled for the right to represent Ontario in this year's Tim Hortons Brier and Scotty's Tournament of Hearts. The City of Cornwall and the Cornwall Curling Club did a fantastic job as hosts of the tournament and were able to cast a spotlight on some of the finest restaurants, hotels, and shopping venues in Eastern Ontario. I was fortunate to take in the women's final on Saturday night, along with hundreds of curling fans from across the province. A big congratulations to Team Homan and Team Epping on the respective wins. I wish you all the best of luck representing Ontario in the Brier and Scotties later this month. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to bring attention to an important policy matter that greatly affects my riding, single-game sports betting. In 2008, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled to legalize this activity in all 50 states. Consequently, single-game sports betting has been legalized in cross-border states like New York, Michigan, and Montana. Meanwhile, this activity remains illegal in Canada. As the North American gaming and entertainment industry changes before our eyes, Canadian casinos like those in Niagara Falls are disadvantaged and struggling to compete in this new environment. Single-game sports betting is hugely popular and has the potential to generate billions for our economy through new job creation, attracting tourism and investment, and future industry growth. However, as long as it remains illegal, these opportunities will be lost to our American competition. I look forward to working with all my colleagues in all parties in this Parliament to bring attention to this issue and to advocate change by supporting efforts to legalize single-game sports betting in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 17th, a record-breaking blizzard hit Newfoundland and Labrador. The storm shut down many communities, including in the St. John's area, where the state of emergency lasted 8 days. Under state of emergency laws, businesses were legally prevented from opening and streets were closed to traffic, preventing people from working. Many low-income workers lost up to a week's income, leaving people struggling to pay for rent and utilities. Lost revenue also hurt small businesses and restaurants. The Federal Disaster Relief Assistance Program supports provinces dealing with large-scale natural disasters, but specifically excludes loss of income. We need the government to act now to allocate resources to support people and businesses suffering from the consequences of this storm and look at establishing a permanent program to address lost income. The effects of climate change could lead to many more disasters of this magnitude and worse in years to come. Those who can least afford to endure the loss of income should not be the ones forced to bear it. If there's no existing program, the upcoming...
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to Monique Lérac, who passed away in December at the age of 91. A grande dame from a neighbouring riding, having chosen to live out her final years in Sutton, in the Eastern Townships, because that's where she wanted to live. Her friend Françoise Dompierre put it so well. She led her life how she wanted to. She was a feminist in her everyday life long before it was fashionable. And until recently, she was able to have a peaceful retirement in her own home, admiring her garden, as we would wish for everyone. She was one of Quebec's greatest actors and singers of the last century, if not the greatest. She performed in some of the world's most famous venues. She sang the songs of the greats of Quebec music, Vigneault, Léveillé, Ferland, Plamondon, and many more. In fact, a tribute exhibition will be held at the Musée des Communications et d'Histoire in Sutton from June 20th to October 12th, 2020. The Bloc Québécois joins me in offering our most sincere condolences to her family.
Madam Speaker, media reports say that during Wednesday's caucus meeting, the Prime Minister, quote, heard an earful from his caucus, passionately urging his cabinet not to approve Tech Resources' $20 billion project in Alberta. Shameful. Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe he should do what Richard Nixon did and call in a plumber's unit to plug the leaks. But in the meantime, we also now know that they are planning some kind of aid package as a ridiculous Plan B. Mr. Speaker, Alberta doesn't want aid. Alberta wants to work. Alberta wants its economy back. Alberta wants the federal government to stop making things worse. If this Prime Minister decides to set aside the scientific, evidence-based recommendation to approve this project, which has strong local Indigenous support, and instead decides to make a political decision to kill the project in order to placate his backbenchers and the separatist bloc who are currently propping up his government, he will provoke a national unity crisis.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste.
Like many communities across Canada, my riding of Sault Ste. Marie celebrates the winter season with an annual celebration. This year, the 57th Bon Sioux Winter Carnival takes place from January 31st to February 9th. There are more activities added every year. It is truly a carnival with something for everyone. Organizations from across the riding come together to offer unique experiences, such as the Bon Sioux Mario Super Kart Smash, the Sioux College Annual Powwow, the snowshoeing at the Indian Friendship Center, the City of Sault Ste. Marie Torchlight Skate, and for truly the brave, the Polar Bear Swim, often emulated but never copied fully. Bon Sioux is a labor of love for countless of volunteers, community organizations, and sponsors. Madam Speaker, I know you know the winters in Northern Ontario can be a challenge in February. So Siouxites warm themselves up during this time of year, and I would like to invite you, Madam Speaker, and all of this House to join us in Sault Ste. Marie at Bon Sioux. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, apparently the Liberals are considering offering aid for Alberta as cover to reject Frontier. Albertans are not refugees or evacuees from a natural disaster. We are inventors, creators, risk takers, entrepreneurs, and innovators. We want free markets and a level playing field, but it's Liberal government policy that's turning Albertans into victims. Clearly, the Liberals don't get Alberta. Albertans don't want government handouts or bailouts. We just want to work. So when will the Liberals get out of the way and let Alberta do what it does best for the good of Canada and for the world?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. We were elected in 2015 and again in 2019 to grow the economy and protect the environment. Madam Speaker, we have processes in place for projects such as TEC. We are moving through that process. The process is now at the phase where Cabinet will need to make a decision by the end of February, Madam Speaker. When the time comes, I look forward to them sharing that with this House and Canadians from coast to coast. Thank you.
For Lakeland.
But, Madam Speaker, the science and evidence is already in, and the experts have already spoken. TEC Frontier is in Canada's public national interest. It met every condition. The only thing left is a political decision, and now the Liberals are trying to move the goalposts again. And their double standards only ever apply to Alberta. But the actual experts say that not approving TEC will increase global emissions. So will the Liberals approve TEC Frontier? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague once again for her question. Madam Speaker, we're following the process that was actually in place under the previous government. We've been working through that process. In 2016, we put in place the Joint Review Panel, Madam Speaker. 2018, consultations ended on the project, and now we're in a position, Madam Speaker, where Cabinet will be making a decision on all of the factors surrounding this project. They will share that with Canadians and this House by the end of February. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
The only thing left is a decision by politicians. The experts have already weighed all the factors. Albertans are world leaders in oil and gas innovation for environmental protection, for the benefit of all Canadians. And a strong Alberta does make a strong Canada. Albertans want all industries and all provinces to thrive, but Alberta alone is held back and put down by these Liberals. The Liberals are turning a national opportunity into a national unity crisis. So when will they approve TEC Frontier?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and once again I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and her passion with regards to this issue. I'd like to repeat for this House once again, for those who are unaware, Cabinet has until the end of February to render that decision. It will be shared with this House and all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We look forward to that decision being shared with all Canadians, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, we just need the Liberal government, or the Liberal government only has to say no to a $20 billion, to 10,000 jobs, to 14 First Nations who agree with the project, to say no to a project that followed every step respectfully and managed to get approved. So the problem is this government, which says no to a project that's good for Canadian unity and good for all Canadians. When will they understand common sense? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. In 2015 and again in 2019, Canadians decided to elect a Liberal government on a promise to build a better economy and protect our environment. That's what we've been doing since 2015, Madam Speaker. There's a process to be followed. We are following it. And the process says that we have until the end of February to make a decision. When that decision's made, we will share it with all members of this House and all Canadians. Thank you. Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, other studies were published concluding that in Quebec last year, 10 billion litres of oil were consumed. That represents an increase. 62% of that oil comes from where? The U.S. If the Liberals want to encourage Donald Trump, they can do that. But we would like to encourage our local oil industry. The TEC project is good for Canada and good for Quebecers and good for the economy. That's why we don't understand why the Liberal government won't approve this project that's good for everyone. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague again for his question. We are working hard to support the energy sector in Alberta. We approved the Trans Mountain project. We set up Line 3. And now we are in a position where we need to make a decision about the tech project. We're following the process. We have until the end of February to make a decision and to make it public. And when it's time to do so, we will be pleased to share that decision with all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, well, speaking about Trans Mountain, we've just learned that the construction costs for Trans Mountain have nearly doubled to nearly $30 billion. So we're talking about $18 billion along with the purchase price to pollute the planet. Is that the Liberals' plan to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050? $18 billion, is that the government's plan to fight climate change?
The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Trans Mountain Expansion Project represents an investment in Canada's future. At a time when 99% of our energy exports are going to the U.S., Canadians understand that more than ever we need to diversify our markets. The project is being built, and thousands of Canadians are working hard in Alberta and BC on it. Every dollar that the federal government gets from the project will be invested in the energy transition to clean energy. We will fund clean projects that will help our future. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, Tech Frontier is a project that cannot be reconciled with fighting climate change. The Parliamentary Secretary for Science stated that the government has committed to being carbon neutral by 2050 and said that his constituents and grandchildren expect the government to meet that target. I also agree with the Liberal member for Beaches East York, who said that if the government is truly committed to science and to being carbon neutral by 2050, saying no to Tech Frontier should be a no-brainer.
Could we have silence, please, so that the Honourable Member can ask her question? Merci.
Thank you. Can I start over?
La moitié de la salle.
I think half of this House was not able to hear my question, Madam Speaker, and I would ask if I could restart. I believe that the question was understood, and the Honourable Member was getting to the end of the question, so I'll ask the Minister to respond to the question. I wasn't done asking my question. Okay, I'll ask the Minister or the member to finish her question so the Minister can answer. As I was saying, I agree with the Liberal member for Beaches East York, who said that if the government is truly committed to science and carbon neutrality, saying no to Tech Frontier should be a no-brainer. I agree with that member. So will the government reject Tech Frontier? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. In 2015 and again in 2019, we put forward a plan to fight climate change and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We put forward 50 different actions to reach that objective that will help us not only help us meet our Paris targets, but exceed them and ensure that Canada will be carbon neutral by 2050. We need to do this not only for ourselves, but for our children and grandchildren, and we're going to get there.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
We learned this week that the government plans to hide the massive total cost of the construction of the Trans Mountain pipeline. Now, the private sector walked away from this pipeline, and the company already admits to growing construction costs of $13 billion. Liberals paid $1 billion more than market value for TMX. Total costs are now nearly $20 billion. Making this the biggest fossil fuel subsidy in Canadian history. You can't be a climate leader splurging money on pipelines. Why is the government trying to hide the massive costs to Canadians?
Hear, hear.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
The Mountain Expansion Project is an investment in Canada's future. At a time when 99% of our energy exports go only to the United States, Canadians understand that more than ever, we need to diversify our market. Construction on the project is underway with thousands of Canadians hard at work in Alberta and British Columbia. Every dollar the federal government earns from the project will be invested in Canada's clean energy transition funding, the clean energy projects that will power our homes, businesses, and communities for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Sauf que ça perd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But the problem is that it's already losing money. The Liberals are prepared to pay billions of dollars to subsidize fossil fuels instead of helping people who really need it. On drug insurance, for example, buying a $4.5 billion pipeline and then spending another $13 billion to build it, instead of having universal drug coverage, just doesn't make any sense and is totally irresponsible. Will the government finally do the right thing and invest in a universal medication insurance program instead of wasting money on pipelines? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, as I was saying earlier, the Trans Mountain Expansion Project represents an investment in Canada's future. The project is being built, and thousands of Canadians are working in Alberta and BC on it. Every dollar that the government gets from the project will be invested in the clean energy transition. It will serve to fund clean energy projects. By moving forward with TMX, we are protecting and creating thousands of jobs. We're diversifying our markets, accelerating the transition to a clean energy sector, and creating new opportunities.
Langley Eldergrove.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Minister for Public Safety misled this House when he said that Conservatives would do nothing about gun violence. That's not true. We would tackle the real issues. It's gang members that are committing gun violence, not the law-abiding citizens in my riding that go to the Langley Rod and Gun Club and the Langley Shooting Club. They're telling us that we need to put gang members behind bars, not simply duplicate laws that have been on the books for decades. What don't the Liberals understand about that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, what we've heard all across the country is that we need stricter gun control laws. We need to ban military-style rifles. I know that even in my own riding, gun crime has had serious consequences, and it's clear that the government needs to take action.
We need to hear the answer.
So, Madam Speaker, I still don't understand why the Conservatives are talking about law and order when they cut funding to the CBSA. We know that there are a lot of guns that come illegally into the country. They made cuts to the RCMP, to correctional services. So they can talk, but we've taken action to protect Canadians. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, this is where you can see that we need to have a debate on this issue. A debate about the buyback program. The Liberals want to buy back guns from law-abiding gun owners who bought their guns legally, when, in fact, illegal guns are the real problem. Most of the crimes committed were by illegal guns. So why doesn't the government want to debate this in the House? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I find it surprising to hear a Quebec member saying this when we know about the Polytechnique massacre, when we know that in Sainte-Foy, for example, a young man with a license came with a VZ-58, a military-style assault weapon, to commit crimes. So this is, clearly we don't want to attack law-abiding gun owners. Our goal is to make our communities safer, and that means banning those military rifles. They cut $400 million and 1,000 full-time jobs from the border. They didn't take action. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, talking about the Polytechnique and the Quebec Mosque are two tragedies that should never have happened, but we're talking about over 2 million law-abiding gun owners in Canada who are using guns for legitimate means. Illegal guns are the problem in Canada. They are the ones that are causing deaths in Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. That's what we need to tackle. And the government wants to have an order in council rather than having a bill debated in this House to deal with that. Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment during the election. It was very clear. We said that we would ban military assault weapons. And this is something that we heard was needed all across Canada. So this type of question doesn't make sense when he was taking photos with the gun lobby this summer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similka Nicola.
Madam Speaker, when asked about Canada's policy in the South China Sea, our ambassador to China drew a blank. When asked about a Canadian imprisoned in China for 15 years, he didn't seem to know basic details.
Wow.
He had to be corrected by the member for Sherwood Park Fort, Saskatchewan.
Incredible.
First impressions matter, and Canadians' first impressions of the Liberal-appointed ambassador were weak at best. How many times will we have to step in and cover for the ambassador's mistakes, Madam Speaker?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I'm so proud to see you there on the chair. I'd like to say to my honourable colleague, he won't have to do that, Madam Speaker. We are very proud of Ambassador Barton's work. He brings a wealth of experience. That's the type of Canadians we would like to attract into the public service, representing Canada, bringing his wealth of experience, defending Canadian interests in China at a time where we need someone strong who understands the deep nature of the relationship that we have with China, Madam Speaker. We are very proud of his work and will support him every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similka Nicola.
Madam Speaker, that is the member there that had to correct the ambassador. And speaking of his deep knowledge, this is not just an ambassador who's expressed a lack of awareness, but one that begs serious questions. He ran a company which worked with Chinese state-owned enterprises and held a retreat next door to a Uyghur Muslim concentration camp. He's publicly stated, and I quote, drank the Kool-Aid on China. How can Canadians believe that someone with such strong ties to China will be looking out for our country's national interest, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, I have the utmost respect for my honourable colleague. At a time where we have a health emergency, I think this House should be behind our public service and behind Ambassador Barton. We're trying to make sure that we provide all the consular services to our Canadians who are now in China who need our assistance. We will be behind Ambassador Barton every step of the way, and I would urge this House to be behind our public service at a time where we need everyone to look in the same direction, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Surrey.
Speaker, the illegal Unifor blockades at Co-op's Regina refinery and fuel terminals and the intimidation tactics, such as paintballing people's homes, has gone too far. It's well within the rights of Canadians to engage in labour action, but in no uncertain terms should illegal actions be condoned. Due to these illegal blockades, the Verdun Co-op and many more in Manitoba and the prairies will be out of fuel by Monday. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, will the government act to defend the rule of law and ensure that these communities will be getting a reliable fuel supply by early next week?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. This dispute is a provincial issue. We are aware of the dispute at the refinery. Our government has faith in and believes in the collective bargaining process. We encourage both parties to work together to resolve the dispute. The government of Saskatchewan has announced their intention to assist the parties, but again, this is a provincial issue.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, yesterday a process for claims was set up for people who were seriously affected by Phoenix. For 4 years, the system has not been working. It is irreparable. Meanwhile, the president of the Treasury Board says he wants to force 3,900 civilian RCMP employees into the Phoenix system. Will this government promise not to push these employees into Phoenix when there are already so many problems and so many victims to be compensated? President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's totally unacceptable that a public servant of Canada would not be paid on time and correctly. That's why we have been working very hard for the last months and years to ensure that this system will work and eventually be replaced by a next-generation system that will do the work correctly. For the RCMP, the same thing applies. No RCMP employee will be transferred to the new system if there's a risk of mistreatment. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, yesterday in an interview, the President of the Treasury Board was talking about compensating people who had to withdraw RSPs or suffer investment losses due to the Phoenix pay system. But it's not just a question of money. Phoenix pay issues have had an impact on people's personal lives as well. We're talking about separations and suicides. RCMP workers, understandably, don't want to go through that. So can the President of the Treasury Board give us some proof that the Phoenix pay system is stable and reliable before anyone else has to go through it? The Honourable Treasury Board President. Madam Speaker, this would allow me to add that there are serious professional and personal consequences of Phoenix. We recognize the impact that's had on workers and their families and also on the public service. There are all too many stories of people who are afraid to take leave or accept promotions, and that's unacceptable. So we absolutely need this system to be stabilized, and we need to move to a system that works correctly as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, recently a Liberal-appointed panel recommended amending the government-run CBC Radio Canada mandate to include Indigenous content. But the report failed to acknowledge one key point, that APTN, an Indigenous-owned, Indigenous-run private network, is exclusively devoted to doing just that. Why does the government, why is it formally recommending that it can do a better job of delivering Indigenous content than Indigenous people?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, our government thanked the panel for the ambitious work it has undertaken for delivering the final report. We are looking at the recommendation in this report and plan to take actions as swiftly as possible. Thank you very much.
For Calgary-Nose Hill.
I don't think that the minister realizes how incredibly paternalistic the comment that he just made was. The fact that this report failed to acknowledge an Indigenous-owned and run network and then said that the Canadian state could do a better job of delivering Indigenous content, and then he says he's just going to implement this recommendation right away and sits down, is crazy. Will he apologize?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do wonder if the member opposite has actually read the report, because one of her colleagues welcomed the report and said he would be happy to work with us for its implementation. Madam Speaker, my department officials would be happy to organize a briefing to any members of the Conservative Party who would like to better understand this report. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Canada, Prince George. Cody Lejabaka viciously murdered Natasha Montgomery, Jill Stachenko, Cynthia Mass, and 15-year-old Lauren Leslie. In 2014, he was sentenced to life with no parole. Last January, the victims' families found out through media reports that he had been reclassified and transferred from maximum security to medium security, despite the fact that he has never admitted any guilt. He has shown no remorse, and he refuses to disclose the location of Natasha Montgomery's remains. When will this minister finally do the right thing and put this animal back where he belongs?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our thoughts and prayers obviously are with the family of the victim. This is the type of tragedy that we never want to see in this country. I think that we need to trust the parole board and the independent work that they do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We recently learned that Destination Canada spent $550,000 on 550 stock photos. That's $1,000 a photo. I'm all for promoting travel to our great country, Madam Speaker, but this seems a little ridiculous. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but $1,000? Does this government believe this was a taxpayer's money well spent, or is it just another example of Liberal government spending waste?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, thank you. I thank my colleague for his question. Pendant trop longtemps, le secteur.
For too long, the tourism sector was given the cold shoulder. Our government believes in the 2 million people who work in the tourism sector. That's why we invested over $65 million in our new federal strategy for tourism. We're going to create 50,000 new jobs and increase revenue by over 25%. We take tourism seriously, and we know that these workers have a promising future in Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's trip across the globe to try for a Security Council seat is likely much too little, much too late. While other countries vying for a seat have invested in people and committed to meeting international development assistance targets, this Prime Minister has the worst record in Canadian history. Even compared to Conservatives, he's driven us backwards on international aid, on peacekeeping, and on climate change targets. How can the Prime Minister ask for the world's support without providing support of our own?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canada is very proud of our role in the world. We have committed to ambitious climate change targets and ambitious climate change financing. We have committed to a feminist international assistance policy which is making real differences in the lives of women all across this world. Madam Speaker, I was recently in the Democratic Republic of Congo where I saw firsthand the work that we're doing when it comes to women's rights, when it comes to peacekeeping, when it comes to climate change. Madam Speaker, we can be very proud of the work that Canada is doing around the world, and the world recognizes it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals propped up the Conservatives' draconian Bill C-51, which essentially included economic disruption as a form of domestic terrorism. The Prime Minister ran and was elected to amend Bill C-51 and protect Canada's civil liberties, but he broke that promise. Indigenous communities, environmentalists, workers, and anybody standing up for social justice are still the target of anti-terrorism protocols. Will the Prime Minister acknowledge that people peacefully protesting in Canada are not, in fact, terrorists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je pense...
Thank you very much. I think many of my colleagues, along with millions of Canadians, share the feeling of outrage when we saw the Conservative government go forward with Bill C-51 at the time. That's why we added mechanisms, including a parliamentary committee to supervise our intelligence and security agencies. We will always defend the right to peacefully protest and to express one's opinions. The Honourable Member for Orléans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This year, we're celebrating the 30th week of international development organizations. Can the Minister of International Development tell us more about this week and how Canadians can help achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Program goals? The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank my colleague for the question and for her support for international development organizations. I would also like to thank members of all parties for having participated in activities to celebrate the 30th anniversary of International Development Week. This is an opportunity to highlight the excellent work accomplished by Canadians around the world to help reach the Sustainable Development Objectives and build a better world. I would also like to encourage all parliamentarians to learn more about the work done by international development organizations in their communities.
For Cypress Hills Grassland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Liberal carbon tax is making life more expensive for rural Canadians. The carbon tax is a tax on everything: food, gas, home heating. These aren't luxuries. They're basic necessities. The people in rural Canada shouldn't have to pay more because this government doesn't understand where we live or the way that we live. That's right. When will the Liberals do the right thing and get rid of the carbon tax?
Hear, hear. Do the right thing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. In 2015, we put forward a promise to put a price on carbon pollution in this country. We know it's one of the most effective ways of reducing our GHG emissions. We put forward a promise to say that more money would be put in the pockets of families than they would have to pay in the carbon price. The PBO report just came out showing that that is indeed the case, Madam Speaker. We delivered on our promise. We're going to continue to take climate action, Madam Speaker. We know it's the best thing to do for our kids and grandkids.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Madam Speaker, a new report shows that the Liberal carbon tax will reduce farm incomes by 8% this year and 12% by 2022. And no, Madam Speaker, the little rebate check will not cover the cost of this tax grab. One farmer told me since the tax has been imposed, his increase has been $1,200 a month. Our farmers are left with two choices. Number one, take the pay cut, or number two, raise prices on Canadians that are already starting to struggle. My question, can the Liberals please tell the farmers which choice they prefer?
Right on.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We understand full well what is happening this year in agriculture. 2019 was very difficult, whether it be the weather or international trade. That is why I'm working closely with our provincial colleagues and representatives of the industry to find the best solutions and the best mechanisms that will help our farmers throughout the country to face this difficult situation, and to look towards the future and make investments and make the right choices to ensure that our agriculture remains sustainable.
Member for Dauphin-Swan River-Nipah.
Madam Speaker, in 2019, Manitoba chicken producers have seen a 42% increase on their heating bills due to the carbon tax. With an escalating carbon tax, Manitoba chicken producers expect to see a 100% increase on their heating bills by 2022, resulting in millions of dollars of lost revenue and no proven benefits to our environment. Madam Speaker, first it was the grain farmers, then it was the dairy farmers, and now it's the chicken farmers. Why does this government continue to fail and neglect our farm families?
Hear, hear.
Definitely don't neglect our farmers. We care for them, and we really care for them, and this is why we are working so closely to find the best solution to support them for sustainable agriculture. Madam Speaker, we have taken measures concerning the price and pollution, because we know that the rural community and farmers do have to pay differently. We have given them exemptions on gas on farm and card lock also for their use of gas on farm. We understand their special challenges, and we are working to improve other programs as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We now know why this Ag Minister wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with our farmers. It's so that she can reach even further into their pockets and take more from a carbon tax. Saskatchewan farmers can expect to lose over 12% of their income to the carbon tax once it hits $50 per ton. When will the Ag Minister stop bankrupting farm families, cancel their income-killing carbon tax, and return the money that has already been taken from our producers?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure you that we're working closely with farmers, their representatives, and our provincial colleagues to put in place the mechanisms that will help our farmers for sustainable agriculture. There are exemptions that have been made, particularly for gas used by farmers on farm. We're exploring different mechanisms, but everyone understands that we need to have a vision of the future for our planet, and that's what we're doing. We recognize that 2019 was an extremely difficult year, and that's why we're working with them. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, CN wants to close its Rail Traffic Control Centre in Montreal to centralize operations in Alberta. It's an injustice for Quebec's railway controllers, and it will make communication in French very difficult with railway workers. It's going to be a security issue if instructions provided only in English are not understood by conductors or railway workers. Will the Liberal government act so that CN reviews this decision?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We recognize the concerns raised by the Honourable Member opposite. Our government remains committed to railway safety as well as security, efficiency and environmental responsibility. I'd be happy to have the Minister discuss this with him at a later time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, as the number of railway incidents is constantly increasing in Quebec, CN is going to make things worse. In Montreal, there's 60 controllers to manage Eastern Canada, and CN wants to replace them with 35 controllers centralized in Edmonton for the entire country. We're going to have fewer controllers, and they will be unable to communicate in French. Will the government intervene with CN?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we always share concerns about official languages in Canada. It's necessary to ensure people's safety, and we have to protect the French language throughout the country. Of course, the Minister is going to review the situation when it comes to security and protecting languages.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Hear, hear.
Madam Speaker, yesterday in the House, in response to a question about what the government is doing to address the addictions crisis we are experiencing on our streets, the Minister of Health failed to outline a solution that would help those battling addiction. The Minister continues to prioritise harm reduction strategies without mentioning treatment or recovery.
Shameful.
People battling addiction deserve the opportunity to enter treatment immediately when they need it.
That's right.
When will the government start making treatment and recovery a priority to help people with addiction?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for the question.
The opioid crisis is the most significant public health issue in Canada's recent history, and our hearts are with those who have lost a loved one. We have responded by investing over $425 million in emergency responses, restoring harm reduction, and approving over 40 supervised consumption sites, and cutting red tape and removing barriers to treatments. We will continue to tackle this health care crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Madam Speaker, people in Parry Sound, Muskoka, like so many in Northern Ontario, are frustrated with the high price and low quality of internet and cell phone services. We keep hearing the promises to fix it, but areas like Port Loring, Kearney, Whitestone are still dramatically underserviced. It's bad for residents, hurts the economy, and it even puts personal safety at risk. Madam Speaker, no more talk, no more promises. Will the Minister accept my invitation to come to Parry Sound, Muskoka to experience firsthand what rural Canadians experience every single day?
Great. Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way. I'm also too from a rural community and understand the challenge of broadband. Our government is focused on improving quality and coverage and the price of telecom services of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We know we need the services for health, for education, for business, for tourism, and of course for education. Our previous program is finishing up. I look forward to working with the member opposite at any time if he has ideas how we can advance the broadband file further. Thank you.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, many homes and businesses in my riding live with internet connections and cell phone networks that are spotty or non-existent, and I'm part of them. Some companies have even gone so far as to park some of their projects. The Liberal government promised to connect 100% of Canadians by 2030, and we claim to be a developed country. Why is the government acting faster to connect taxpayers and help them get into the 21st century too?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, merci.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
The honourable colleague for his question. I can assure him that our government is focused on ensuring that our laws keep pace with Canada's rapidly evolving telecommunications landscape and that Canadians can continue to receive world-class services. We thank the panel for all the work it's done. We are focused on this challenge and we will have some decisions in the coming months. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Whitby.
Madam Speaker, people in my riding of Whitby are concerned about climate change and the environment. It was one of the top concerns I heard at the doors last fall. My constituents and many along the shores of the Great Lakes have and are experiencing unprecedented flooding over the last several years. This has caused shoreline erosion and property damage. Climate change is here and presents real challenges for communities across Canada. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change inform the House of the government's progress on tackling climate change and protecting our environment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Whitby for his question and his dedication to a clean environment and taking climate action. Both on the doorsteps and at the polls, Madam Speaker, it was clear that a majority of Canadians voted for immediate and ambitious climate action, and that's exactly what our government is delivering on. Together, we'll set a target to achieve net zero by 2050, help make energy-efficient homes more affordable, introduce measures to being clean, efficient, and affordable communities, and make it easier for people to buy electric vehicles. Canadians expect parliamentarians to work together together to deliver on these promises, and that's exactly what we're going to do, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, siblings Callum and Aislinn Stepanek of St. Albert, ages 7 and 12, have cystic fibrosis carrying the R117H mutation. Due to a lack of approval, they're unable to receive the life-extending drug Kalydeco. Every day that they can't access this drug shortens their life expectancy. Why should Callum and Aislinn have to wait, given that the U.S. FDA has approved this drug for children with this mutation 6 years and older?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know the importance of patient access to new therapies for serious or life-threatening conditions. It is the manufacturer's decision to apply to market their product in Canada. For serious or life-threatening conditions, such as cystic fibrosis, physicians may request access to the drug through the Special Access Program. To help Canadians get better access to effective treatments, we are working with provinces, territories, and other partners to develop a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, the wine industry in Windsor, Essex, and across Canada is facing an uncertain future because of Australia's trade challenge that claims Canada's federal excise duty exemption on 100% Canadian-made wines is discriminatory. We are about 7 weeks away from the World Trade Organization's interim report. Canadians who work in the wine industry are worried. When will the Liberals pick up the phone and get a settlement with the Australians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I can assure you that our government places great value on the wine industry and its contribution to Canada's reputation as an agricultural producer that is world-class. We'll continue to defend Canadian workers and our industry. We've explored ways to resolve this conflict with Australia, and we will continue to work very closely with provinces on this issue to defend Canadian workers of the industry. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. The lack of available workers is a major problem. I have 6 businesses in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier who have set up a foreign worker cooperative pilot project. No money was requested, and it's a solution to help our regions and businesses. The former Liberal minister didn't get it. I'm asking to meet with the new Labour minister. Will this Liberal minority government be able to work with me to find a solution for Canadian entrepreneurs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I would love to meet with my colleague. We need workers all throughout Canada. We have a lot of jobs here, and I'm very pleased that we've announced another $34 million, another increase of jobs. That's 1.1 million jobs created by the government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, the agriculture sector in Canada contributes over $100 billion annually to our GDP and is responsible for 1 in 8 Canadian jobs. Our farmers, ranchers, and producers from across the country proudly feed Canadians and the world with their incredible products. On February 11th, we'll be celebrating Canadian Agricultural Day to highlight their contributions and thank them for their hard work. Could my honourable colleague, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, inform this House on the government's work to ensure the growth and prosperity of Canada's agricultural sector?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Greatest appreciation. They care for our environment. They care for their animals. They are a source of inspiration. Our government has ambitious plans for agriculture, reaching $75 billion in exports by 2025, finalizing compensation for supply management, improving business risk management programs, empowering women and youth in agriculture. Madame la Présidente, j'invite tous les...
Madam Speaker, I invite all Canadians to celebrate Canadian Agriculture Day on February 11th.
Madam Speaker, the recent snowstorm that hit Newfoundland and Labrador shut down entire communities. Small business owners lost revenue, and many workers, especially hourly and low-wage earners, lost a week's pay. The Liberals campaigned on a promise to help with lost income in case of disaster, but we haven't seen any action yet. And workers in my province need help now. Climate change will lead to more and more disasters like this, so my question is, will the Liberals deliver on their promise and help those who need it right now?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. The stories of neighbours helping one another and our brave first responders working tirelessly to clear the snow and support those who lost power exemplify the spirit and resilience of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. Our government took immediate action by mobilizing the Canadian forces in areas affected by the storm. In addition, we've extended Service Canada hours. I've spoken personally with the minister. We are there. Our government reduced the wait time for EI to 1 week, and I can assure everyone in this House that we are there for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Madame la députée de Saint-Jean.
Pursuant to the standing orders and House procedures, I would call on the Speaker to... When I asked my question, you didn't allow me to finish it, and so if this were to happen again, I would hope this situation would not repeat itself. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her intervention. I had asked the honourable member to finish her question and not to start it over from the beginning. So I consider this matter closed.
With a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order to offer clarification stemming from question period on Wednesday on the relationship between the RCMP and the Wet'suwet'en people. It's true that the Government of British Columbia has contracted services to RCMP, similar to many other jurisdictions. However, neither the Government of British Columbia nor any other jurisdictions direct RCMP operations. The RCMP always operate independently, in this case as well as any other. Thank you.
Thank the Minister for the clarification. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. During question period, I quoted from a study, and I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for that study to be tabled. It's the chairs of energy management from the HEC Montreal. Is there unanimous consent for this report to be tabled? There is not. The honourable member
Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to follow on the heels of the intervention for the member for Saint-Jean. In this House, each member has the right to express themselves. We need to have a debate, and people need to be able to follow that debate. Madam Speaker, you have a lot of tools at your disposal. You can name a member who is showing contempt for Parliament. You can also take questions away from a member who's heckling. I hope you will use those tools because we need genuine debate here in the House. Thank you for your comments. I'd like to thank the member for that point of order. Just a moment. And it gives me the opportunity to remind everyone how important it is to maintain decorum and to listen during question period. Is there another point of order?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Chair, with the House's permission, of course, I'd like to table the public accounts. It actually shows the Liberal government slashed $300 million from CBSA, unlike what the parliamentary secretary said, further showing that they cut 400 full-time equivalents from CBSA. And at the same time, I invite the member from Louis Hébert to perhaps learn his file.
I remind the member that the documents from public accounts are already tabled in the House. So, do we have unanimous consent to table the documents? We do not have unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm happy to see you in the chair, Madam Speaker. I have the honour, pursuant to the standing orders, to table in both official languages charter statements on Bill C-5, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable... the Honourable Mr. Davison, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, Final Disposal of Plastic Waste. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Fort York Simcoe.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to introduce an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act concerning the final disposal of plastic waste. I would like to thank my good friend, the Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte, for seconding this bill. This legislation would prohibit the export of non-recyclable plastic waste from Canada to foreign countries. For too long, Canada has been treating the rest of the world as its dumping ground. We are exporting our problems for other countries to deal with. While the United Kingdom and Australia have shown leadership on this issue, Canada has fallen behind. In 2018 alone, Canada shipped more than 44,000 tons of plastic waste to other countries, despite our leading waste disposal capabilities. This is affecting our environment, it is affecting our oceans, and it is threatening our future, Madam Speaker. We can and must do better. I call on all members of this House to work together to support this ban on exporting non-recyclable plastic waste. Thank you.
Mr. Davison, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be tabling a petition that is in support of Bill S-204. It says Bill S-240 because that was the number in the previous Parliament. The same bill has been retabled under the number S-204. It deals with the terrible problem of forced organ harvesting and trafficking that happens in certain countries around the world. And this bill would make it a criminal offense for a Canadian to go abroad to receive an organ for which there has not been consent. It also would seek to make inadmissible to Canada, or create the provisions by which someone could be made inadmissible to Canada if they have been involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to present a petition on a motion M1, Green New Deal, on behalf of dozens of residents from parts of Canada. They are joining their voices to thousands of Canadians who have signed petitions thus far, all of them calling on the Government of Canada to address this climate emergency with the ambition and urgency required on behalf of present and future generations. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to support the M1 motion, which is a made-in-Canada Green New Deal, which calls on Canada to take a bold and rapid action to tackle the climate emergency and address the worsening socioeconomic and racial inequalities at the same time, and to support workers impacted by the transition in the shift to a clean and renewable energy economy. Thank you.
Question. Petitions. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to present a petition from several dozen Canadians living on Vancouver Island, Cowichan, and north of Cowichan to Malahat as well, Madam Speaker, all calling on the government to support the Green New Deal legislation motion M1. As you know, Madam Speaker, we're in the midst of a climate emergency. What that requires is for Canada to make the kinds of investments and the kinds of shifts that brings us to a clean energy economy. And at the same time, we can tackle what are growing inequalities, both socioeconomic and racial in nature. We need to make sure that the workers that are impacted by this transition to clean energy are also supported at this time. So these constituents, joining their voices to thousands of others, are adding to the voice of the movement across the country to adopt motion M1, the Green New Deal, in Canadian Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for St. John's East.
St. John's East, Madam Speaker, thank you. It's my pleasure to also present a petition from Canadians who are concerned about the climate change and are calling on the government to support a petition, motion M1, which calls for a Made in Canada Green New Deal, calling on Canada as a country to take bold and rapid action to tackle the climate emergency, address the worsening socioeconomic and racial inequalities at the same time, and support workers who are impacted by the transition in the shift to a clean and renewable energy economy. Mr. Speaker, this crisis is real and it's approaching, and we need to have a plan that's going to work and at the same time ensure that people who are more affected, will be affected by the climate change, are supported in a transition to a green economy.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Questions on the order paper.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? The Honourable Minister has a point of order.
Speaker, I'd like to inform the House, if I could, that Tuesday, February the 18th, 2020 shall be an allotted day. Thank you.
Thank you to the Minister. And we are now. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C3, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The Honourable Member for Orleans has 4 minutes remaining. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to resume debate from earlier this morning. And as I was saying this morning, Bill C3 will complete the circle. It will allow for independent review of government activities other than those dealing with national security. So it's important to underscore that the new review commission for public complaints will be able to conduct its own inquiries of its own initiative and will produce an annual report of its findings. Those functions will be in conjunction with their primary purpose of examining public complaints. These are necessary changes that have been called for a long time. As I said before, I don't see how the opposition could oppose this bill. This bill makes up for a vacuum in the independent public complaint review process. It sets up an independent remedy for all detained immigrants by the CBSA, and it gives an independent agency investigative powers within CBSA, which will result in an improvement of the functioning of CBSA. It clarifies the protocol for CBSA's responses to serious incidents. It sets up accountability and transparency, more fulsome accountability, which will increase public confidence in these institutions. It harmonizes the internal mechanisms, domestic mechanisms, with similar mechanisms in the Five Eyes countries. The government is investing in setting up transparent and accountable public institutions. These are important things to the business community, to the tourism industry, to CBSA itself, and to all Canadians. This bill will provide protection to the millions of people who interact with CBSA every year. This bill is comprehensive, effective, and it deals with a substantive issue which is timely. I would encourage all members of this place to support Bill C3 so that it can make its way as quickly as possible through the legislative system. I'd like to thank you, colleagues, for your attention, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. For Mégantic l'Érable, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's true, this is not a bill that the opposition is going to drag out, because we do intend to support it, but there are still some questions to be asked. When the government decided to move so quickly all of a sudden, how is it so urgent when there are so many other matters that are of greater concern to Canadians currently? Could my colleague explain why it's so urgent to pass this bill? The Honourable Member for Orleans. I'd like to thank my colleague in the opposition for his question. As I said in my speech, Bill C3 is important because it has been discussed many times, and this agency, the CBSA, is the only agency that doesn't have an independent review body. So creating this body, this complaints review commission, will make things more transparent and accountable, and that will be good. That will support this agency, and a lot of committees have called for just this. Once again, the Honourable Member for Mégantic l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take the opportunity. My colleague talked about openness and transparency. This is the government that constantly boasts about transparency. I'd like my colleague to explain to me why her party voted against my motion calling for the Auditor General to investigate the federal infrastructure plan. It's important. We're talking about accountability and transparency, and the Liberals, who are supposedly so transparent, they rejected my motion to investigate the $186 billion in infrastructure spending. That's not peanuts, Mr. Speaker. That's a lot of money. So it's hard to understand this double talk coming from the Liberals. They talk about transparency on one side, on one hand, but on the other hand, they vote down my motion. The Honourable Member for Orleans. I'd like to take this opportunity, since my colleague is giving it to me, to thank the 14,000 workers at CBSA, and to point out that this bill has been supported, as my colleague mentioned, by many. This is a bill that will make it possible for CBSA to be more accountable and more transparent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member from Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, when we think of border control, or the CBSA, we often think about that long border between Canada and the United States, where we have many of our fine civil servants doing fantastic work every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But we also have other border control officers, such as our airports. You know, we have 12, 13 international airports in Canada. Winnipeg is home to one of those. And even though we do get complaints, I think it's on average about 2,500 complaints a year, which is significant, we want to treat them seriously. And this is the reason why it's important to have an oversight committee. I guess if my friend and colleague can just provide her thoughts on the fine work that our border control agents do, whether they're on the border or they're at our international airports.
I don't have the Deputy to Orleans.
Honourable Member for Orleans.
The member very much for his questions, because as I was saying, I'm so proud, and we should all be very proud of the enormous work that our employees, over 14,000, we talked about 14 airports, 117 bridges. We have the largest in the world aspect of protecting our borders, and we have to say thank you, because in Canada, I think we all want Canadians to be safe, and that's what we're striving to do, and I thank them for all the exceptional work that they're doing every day. Bravo.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Resuming debates. If my colleagues could excuse me for one moment while I say in my bias, I would like to recognize a member from the gorgeous riding of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. Beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est toujours un honneur de...
It's always an honor to take part in a debate in the House.
As we've come to expect in this place, Mr. Speaker, it is not uncommon for members of the official opposition to debate in opposition to a government bill. Mon avis...
In my opinion, that will not be the case today. In fact, I'm here to participate in this debate on Bill C-3, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And I will be supporting this bill. I have been asked why, as an opposition MP, I would be participating in a debate on a bill that I support.
It's a fair question. And the answer, from my perspective, is why I'm here today to take part in this debate.
During my first term, I was elected in a riding that is very close to the U.S. border. Some areas in my riding are actually only a short drive from the Canada-U.S. border.
Other members of this place will know when your riding is either very near or includes a Canada-U.S. border crossing, you will deal with some significant and challenging border issues.
And I would like to tell the House about one of those difficult border issues that I dealt with. Shortly after I was first elected, the local MPP, the provincial member for my region, communicated with me. I was just a rookie at the time. And there was a priest in the region who was living legally in Canada and who made a short trip to the U.S. for the weekend.
Upon return to Canada, at the Canadian border, the priest was detained for a period of time before ultimately being released with a 7-day deportation order.
The Canada Border Services Agency gave reasons for which he was being deported. They said that he was not living legally in Canada. But there was a problem. The priest was very much legally residing in Canada and had the documents to prove it. So, for whatever reason on that day, the officers who dealt with this priest didn't care about that. The provincial member of Parliament, who was first made aware of the situation, tried to intervene directly on behalf of the priest.
Put it bluntly, Mr. Speaker, that member of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia was blown off. When the issue hit my desk, there was just 4 days to go before the deportation. From reviewing the paperwork, it was very clear an injustice had occurred. But what was the recourse? Where was the accountability? It was, from my perspective, an alarming situation. Because
the officers didn't take his documents into account, and they decided to issue a deportation order without any real motive. I found it extremely troubling that this type of authority could be used without restraint. I finally expressed my concerns directly to the Minister of Immigration at the time.
Experience, I have come to know that there are those ministers who run their departments. There's also those ministers who are run by their departments. Fortunately, the minister at the time knew that department inside out and had the courage to tell the department they had made an error.
So the injustice was corrected, and the deportation order for the priest was rescinded. I am proud to be able to tell this House that that priest still lives in Canada and is living in Merritt as we speak. And the church is proud of that priest. Now, I'm not here to take credit for this case. If credit is due to anyone, it is certainly to the now retired member of the Legislative Assembly who had flagged the case to me in the first place.
I will fully credit the minister for not hiding behind the department, as some ministers are prone to do. While ultimately this was a quiet, good news story back at the time, there was one further bit of troubling information for me.
I subsequently learned that the CBSA officers involved in this case were given the chance to modify the facts afterwards. In other words, the facts were amended after the fact. And they were modified to such an extent that the motives for the deportation order seemed completely different from the motives that had been cited at the beginning of the affair. Although I was very happy that the priest had the outcome that he did, this whole debacle has remained etched in my memory. So I have a number of questions. What would have happened if this man had not been a priest who was very well known and who had the presence of mind to contact his local MLA? What would have happened if the MLA had refused to provide assistance and had told him that this was simply an affair that fell under federal jurisdiction? What would have happened if the member was a member of the opposition?
At that time, I was on the same side of the House as the government. What if the minister in question was the one who hides behind the department, as some like to do?
There are all kinds of other scenarios that could have played out. But none of these scenarios involves justice being done in the end.
Know that there never really has been serious accountability at the border crossing. And this applies, Mr. Speaker, to both sides. Will this bill be the answer?
It's hard to say.
On verra.
We'll see.
Ultimately, if passed, the Public Complaints and Review Commission would be created, which would incorporate the existing Civilian Review and Complaints Commission that is currently the review agency for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This would be a large oversight body with two different mandates between the RCMP and CBSA. Now, given the challenges in the very complex review process of the RCMP, it remains to be seen how adding CBSA into the fold will work exactly. However, Mr. Speaker, this process deserves the opportunity to attempt to succeed. There is no question in my mind, and from what I've heard today from many in this room, that more accountability is needed at border crossings. And while I do not mean to belittle ourselves as members of Parliament, we cannot always hope that a member of Parliament is the solution for incorrect events that occur at the border. Now, for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to support this legislation. I believe the legislation is a reasonable and needed effort to provide more accountability to what occurs at our border crossings. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your presence today. I appreciate the members of all of this great House, and I'd like to thank them for listening to me so intently. I look forward to hearing both their questions, Mr. Speaker, and their comments, and hopefully we can share something to the benefit of the Canadian public.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and you know, I suspect that there are members, and I've indicated this in the past, that could reflect over the last number of years on files where they'll find someone that has actually had a very unfortunate encounter. Some are far more serious than others at one of our border controls or with one of our border control agents. And that is, you know, in good part why it is that it's important that we do this. And I don't think anyone is objecting to it. We already have it for our RCMP, for our correctional officers services, for CSIS. So it is something that is important. And my question to the member is, would he not agree by having these public oversight review groups that it also assists in restoring public confidence in the system itself?
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to thank the member from Winnipeg for that question. Absolutely, it is the job of every member of Parliament, particularly those in the executive, to build confidence in all of our institutions. Canada is made greater when our public, when our citizens believe that the authorities that have been entrusted through Parliament to these agencies is handled with trust and it's handled with care. One thing I think we've all had, Mr. Speaker, that maybe many people have not, whether it be, I'm assuming most of us have gone across a border into, let's say, for example, the United States. And I must admit for myself, my heart rate begins to go a little bit, not because I've done anything wrong, it's because I'm subject to a process that is beyond my control. So I think it's something that if we can do, particularly through the merging of two different processes into one, where there's some efficiencies to be made, but also gaining more public confidence that there is civilian oversight, Mr. Speaker, then I think that that's an idea worth supporting.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope you'll allow me to start out by congratulating my colleague, the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for his excellent French during his speech. I think he deserves a round of applause for that. You know, it can be intimidating to speak in this House in a language other than our first language, but I think that my colleague has made a lot of efforts outside of this House to improve his French, and I just really want to congratulate him. I'd also like to get his comments on that, about why he thinks it's important to speak French in the House and to use that language to communicate with Canadians. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Well, I thank the member from Quebec for his question. It's important for me, Mr. Speaker, to speak with confidence with other members in this House, because I believe that the experience of a parliamentarian is important. And it's important for us to share our ideas with others. And we need to do that in a respectful manner. It's important for me. I mean, my father grew up in Alberta. He was a Franco-Albertan, in fact. So that's part of my family's history, and I appreciate my colleagues' congratulations. And I'll say that I will try to use my French as much as possible.
Resuming debates, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am very grateful today to have the opportunity to debate Bill C-3, which will create an independent oversight body, the Public Review and Complaints Commission, to review CBSA officers' conduct and conditions and handle specific complaints. This body would be a welcome addition to the strong accountability and oversight bodies already in place. It also, as I've seen, has broad support here in this House. And I welcome the previous speaker's support and also the member for Medicine Hat Carson Warner's comments, and I quote, "Public servants across the country must be held to the highest standards expected of Canadians, which is to uphold the integrity of people who are visiting or passing through our country while ensuring our laws and international laws are upheld." He went on to add that this bill will align well with the values of many Canadians and the values of his party's team. I also welcome the comments from the member for Rivière du Nord, who expressed his gratitude for the bill being introduced. Likewise, the member for St. John's East provided supportive words, noting that his party will certainly be supporting the bill at second reading. Madam Speaker, this multi-partisan support is very encouraging, and I thank all members for helping to make sure that this bill is as strong as it can be moving forward. One thing that all members of this House agree on is the quality of the work that our border service officers do at the CBSA. The CBSA processes millions of travelers and shipments every year at multiple points across Canada and abroad. Let's just look at some of the numbers. I know they've been mentioned here in this chamber already in this debate, but I think it warrants repeating. 97 million travelers, 27 million cars, 34 million air passengers, 21 million commercial releases. Every day at 13 international airports, 117 land border crossings, 27 rail sites and beyond, CBSA officers provide consistent and fair treatment to travelers and traders. And this is particularly important because, as we know, traveling can be very stressful. And for those who are more vulnerable, for asylum seekers, for those who don't speak either of our official languages, for those with disabilities or those on the autism spectrum, travelers who are traveling for the very first time, it can be intimidating and even frightening to cross a border point. As the Minister of Public Safety has said, the CBSA officers' professionalism when dealing with people crossing our borders is of the utmost importance. He said they are the most public of public servants, and they truly are the face of Canada. For visitors, newcomers, or Canadians returning home, our border officers are their first encounter. But much more than that, they are responsible for upholding the integrity of Canada's borders. That means their work is integral to Canada's well-being. And we're at a juncture where border management and enforcement are truly front and center for the government and for Canadians. Madam Speaker, nearly 1 year ago, the government introduced a federal budget proposing investments of $1.25 billion for the CBSA. That funding includes support to modernize some of our land ports of entry and border operations with the goal of both ensuring efficiency and enhancing security. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that Budget 2019 provided funds to close this important gap. The idea has been to expand the Civilian Review Complaints Commission, or the CRCC, to act as an independent review body for the RCMP and the CBSA. That's why the government introduced Bill C-98 last year, which received all party support at third reading, and it's why we're reintroducing now Bill C-3 with more time for debate and discussion. This bill aligns well with our commitment to accountability and transparency. Under the proposals, the PCRC would handle reviews and complaints for both CBSA and the RCMP. Whether the complaints are about the quality of services or the conduct of officers, the PCRC would have the ability to review on its own initiative or at the request of the minister any non-national security activity of the CBSA. The PCRC would be available and accessible to anyone who interacts with the CBSA or RCMP employees and who seeks recourse. That includes Canadian citizens, permanent residents, and foreign nationals, including immigrant detainees. The Commission would investigate and offer its conclusions as to whether procedures at the border are appropriate or not. Madam Speaker, these proposals would bring the CBSA in line with the rest of our security agencies, including CSIS and the RCMP, which are currently subject to independent review. These accountability functions for border agencies are common in our peer countries, and this bill will help us to join that group. All of us would like to ensure that the public can continue to expand the world-class treatment the CBSA provides. Madam Speaker, the CBSA has worked to ensure it has the resources and infrastructure in place to support this new review board. It already holds its employees to a high standard of conduct, and I'm confident it will continue to uphold that standard. As I've mentioned, Madam Speaker, this is coming at a time of renewed focus at our border. The agency is operating in a complex and dynamic environment. It must be responsive to evolving threats, adaptive to global economic trends, and innovative in its use of technology to manage increasing cross-border volumes. Let's remember that some of those threats and trends are some of the greatest challenges facing parliamentarians and Canadians today. The opioid crisis continues to pose a serious threat to the safety of Canadians, for example. And the CBSA plays a key role in detecting opioids at the border through new tools and methods. We've also seen rising rates of gun and gang violence in recent years. Again, the CBSA is front and center here, remaining vigilant in combating the illegal smuggling of firearms. It is keeping pace with rising volumes in the supply chain, including the growing prevalence of e-commerce. It's central to our economy and to our country's overall prosperity and competitiveness. And it's undertaking all of this hugely important work in an environment where its clients demand a high level of accountability and transparency. Madam Speaker, the professional women and men at our borders would be well served by an independent review function for the CBSA. Canadians deserve it as well. That's why I encourage all members to join me in supporting Bill C-3 today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, of course, share the members' sentiments about the fine work that the CBSA does most of the time, and about how this bill will, in fact, enhance public confidence in the CBSA. But I've tried several times with government members who were here in the last Parliament to raise the issue of Bill C-23 from the last Parliament, the new Pre-Clearance Act, which actually created a situation where U.S. border officials will be exercising similar powers of detention, questioning, and even use of force against Canadians on Canadian soil without any accountability or complaint mechanisms in place for the actions of those U.S. officers in treating Canadians on Canadian soil. So I asked the member, is she not concerned that we've created a new category where there's no accountability for the actions of those officials?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. And I can assure my colleague that any officers that are operating on Canadian soil are subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and anything that they do has to be in full compliance with the Canadian Charter of Rights. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to ask my colleague, I was listening to her speech. Again, this is C3, it's early in the Parliament that this is being brought forward. So maybe could she perhaps explain her thoughts about at the committee level, with the opportunities that will exist to bring in border guards, actual guards. I don't mean union representatives necessarily, I mean actual individuals who will be using the rules herein to have their voices heard, and whether she thinks that would be a good idea.
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the honourable member knows, committees are able to bring in witnesses that the committees see fit. And certainly I think that broad debate on this and hearing all different voices is incredibly important. And I would imagine that the members that are on that committee will be looking at that as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to that, to follow up to my colleague's question in regards to the 117 various points that you indicated that the CBSA is involved in across the country. And I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on that, because we have had a lot of differentiation between the the activities that take place in different border crossings across Canada, and they're not all on the border. There are airlines and that sort of thing as well. So I just wonder if to follow up on his question, if it wouldn't be more, we're all in favor of seeing those people come to the committee, just as you indicated, but what can you do in your role to enhance that, and which ones would you, is there any select areas there of importance that you feel need to be focused upon?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, I think that a lot of those priorities will be set by the committee members. But as he mentioned, these 117 land border crossings include 27 rail crossings, of course, all of our international airports, and of course, the land crossings as well. So this is a large issue. And I also I want to take this moment to reiterate the professionalism of the CBSA agents at these border crossings and with this incredibly large volume. Obviously, this is of major concern, and I think we are all interested in making sure that that is better, both for travelers and for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to be able to rise in one's place and ask a question following someone's comments or speech. And, Madam Speaker, my colleague was complimenting in terms of just the fine work that our border control agents do day in, day out, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And, when I think of this, the need for us to have the Public Oversight Committee, it's really important that we emphasize I think it's about 2,500 case complaints a year, but think of the millions of connections that our border control agents have to do every year. And I'm wondering if she can just kind of provide her thoughts when you think about the large number that we deal with versus the number that are actual complaints, yet it still is important that we provide something for those complaints.
Very, very short answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think all of us can point to incidents. There's such a small number of complaints, but every single day, day in and day out, we have the heroic stories. I recall a young 12-year-old minor that was traveling alone from Burundi, coming through the Ottawa airport. Her mother said she'd never seen an escalator, and she was unaccompanied. And the way that our border services people were able to make sure, and everybody involved, to make sure that that young 12-year-old alone for the first time in a foreign country was able to find and be reunited with her mother was just absolutely heartwarming. Every one of us has stories like that. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
It is an honor for me to stand in the House today to give my first maiden speech. I'd like to thank my constituents in Port Moody Coquitlam, Anmore and Balcarra for electing me and allowing me the privilege to serve as their Member of Parliament. I'd like to thank my volunteers for knocking on thousands of doors through pouring rain, sweltering heat, and walking up many flights of stairs and steep hills to help me be here today. I'm grateful to my campaign chairs and managers, our EDA, and generous donors for their incredible support. From the idyllic Como Lake to the deep cedar forests of Anmore, the misty blue and green of Rocky Point, and the pastel sunrises of Bedwell Bay, I am blessed to be part of a caring and diverse community that lives in the midst of breathtaking natural beauty. As I was door knocking during my campaign, constituents expressed their concerns on affordability, housing, home ownership, bureaucratic red tape that hinders businesses from thriving, better accessibility to mental health care, employment, the environment, infrastructure, and many more issues. I want to renew my commitment to my constituents today to keep working hard and do my best to ensure their needs are heard and dealt with. I am blessed because of the prayers and encouragement of friends who cheered me on to the finish line and who continue to nourish my soul on this political path. I'd like to thank my parents for their unconditional support and the values of sacrifice, perseverance, and hard work they instilled as I watched them struggle to settle into Canada as first-generation immigrants. I'd like to thank my sisters for their support as we continue to journey together closely through thick and thin. I'm here today because of the people who've shaped me, the circumstances I've lived through, the choices I made, and a measure of providence. In 2008, after 7 years of working for the public school system, I came to a crossroad very much like the one alluded to in Robert Frost's A Road Not Taken. I was grateful for the opportunities I had every day to make a positive impact on my students as a high school English and music teacher, but I felt a longing to explore more of what life had to offer. My hunger for greater purpose and meaning in life compelled me to leave my permanent job and sell my home. I was then ushered into a wilderness journey of living within limited means, serving the hurting and marginalized, and learning about the complexities of the human condition as I served as a missionary in different urban centers. I found myself listening to a lot of stories from the homeless, impoverished families, young drug addicts, adult survivors of childhood trauma. My heart broke and expanded as I came to better understand the depth of human suffering, the cycles of dysfunction, and the power of hope. I found joy in serving. I discovered my life work is to help restore people's lives. So here I am today, Madam Speaker, as a Member of Parliament, to continue working through the life assignment I discovered in the wilderness. I come with a vision of individual and national prosperity and filling in the gaps to make that vision possible. I'm grateful to be serving with a dynamic team of MPs and leaders in Her Majesty's loyal opposition. I am coming to love each member as brothers and sisters. As a pianist and composer and supporter of the arts, I am particularly grateful for my appointment as Deputy Shadow Minister of Canadian Heritage. My view of the Canadian Heritage portfolio is to strengthen patriotism and the unity of our diverse nation through the cultural institutions of our country. I look forward to the work I will be doing with the Honourable Minister Stephen Guilbeault, the Honourable Shadow Minister Stephen Blaney. Sorry, I apologize. Rookie mistake. I look forward to working with the ministers on this portfolio and my colleagues across the aisle on this unique and dynamic portfolio. When I look around this room and look at other members, I see passion for people and passion for causes. Whether or not we share the same views, we're all here because we have a part in a greater purpose. That greater purpose is to serve the people of Canada, their well-being, and to steward well the land we live on. I value the role of different political parties as important parts of a greater ecosystem to prune, refine, and balance our mandates as lawmakers. I hope we will always look to the people we serve as the heartbeat of our work and do so with the integrity, common sense, and unity that Canadians expect of us and deserve. So many times at the doors, Madam Speaker, my constituents express their longing to see the parties working together for the greater good. They say more would get done. I trust the 43rd Parliament we are serving in will provide ample opportunities for us to hit the reset button on Canadian politics and build a culture of honor that allows public discourse to unfold in a safe manner that allows transparency and constructive discussions to thrive. On that note, I would like to thank the Liberal government for bringing forward Bill C3 for consideration. I support this bill because issues pertaining to the protection of Canadians in our communities is of great importance. From what I've learned, Bill C-98 was introduced in the 42nd Parliament and reintroduced in our current session with slight modifications as Bill C-3. C-3 proposes to repurpose and rename the RCMP Civilian Complaints Commission to the Public Complaints and Review Commission. I would like to thank the RCMP and the CBSA members for their service and hard work to protect Canadians. Public servants across our nation must be held to a standard to uphold the integrity of people who are visiting or passing through our country while ensuring our laws and international laws are upheld. Therefore, an oversight agency as used by police services across our nation, including the RCMP, is agreeable and long overdue. Budget 2019 proposes to invest $24.42 million over 5 years, starting in 2019 to 2020, and $6.83 million per year ongoing, to expand the mandate of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. It is good to know that a budget has already been allocated. Where I would like more certainty, Madam Speaker, is on the efficacy of how the government will implement Bill C-3 in practice. Oversight is a good thing. People need assurance that there is someone who will be able to look into actions that aren't consistent with the law. The implementation of this bill should not be another expansion of bureaucracy. The Public Complaints and Review Commission should have investigative powers, the ability to review situations and provide feedback and determine the course of action on scope and scale with anyone who violates our laws. Bill C-3 will provide a mechanism for complaints about inappropriate actions by border officers. Police agencies have had civilian oversight and review for decades. It is common practice around the world to provide mechanisms for law enforcement. However, to my knowledge, the bill is not clear on how officers who violate the law, code, or principle will be held accountable. It is only clear that the Public Complaints and Review Committee can examine evidence, call witnesses, and write a report. Without clarity on how the officers will be held to account, we run the risk of creating bureaucracy that appears to provide a mechanism of assurance for Canadians, but in practice will not resolve the issues addressed. While I support this important bill, I look forward to seeing how the House and committee will examine this bill with proper scrutiny to provide certainty that it will be a bill that will be very practical and steer toward just actions and resolutions rather than give the appearance of protection to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I just want to compliment the member for sharing with us what brought her in and just some of her background. I thought it was just delightful to listen to, and I very much appreciate that story. My question is more towards the tail end. The member made reference to standing committees. Ultimately, the bill will go to a standing committee, and it'll be very much an interesting process in itself for all new members, that when we go into the standing committee procedures, often good ideas will come out of it. Amendments will be brought forward with the idea of trying to improve the legislation. Does she have anything in her mind or that she's aware of that she would like to see modified within the legislation now, or she just in support in general, as it seems all parties are supporting the legislation, at least in general?
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you. I appreciate the member opposite's question. I very much support this bill. My comments have to do with giving the proper dialogue, research, conversations, and as the member has said, perhaps even innovative, creative ideas that may come to the table to ensure that it is bulletproof. Thank you.
Closing commentaires, questions? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I just want to point out she's the very first Korean-born Canadian member of Parliament to ever serve in this House. So, congratulations. I think it's also remarkable timing that she's doing her maiden speech the very week that we hear of her predecessor from the Liberal Party's massive amount of breaches of the Code of Ethics that we've seen continuing with the party. Anyway, I'd like to thank her for her speech and ask her to perhaps comment on, perhaps more fulsomely, on some of the issues that she heard at the doors while she was going through her area in the Lower Mainland.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for his kind remarks and question. When I was door knocking at the door, some of the things I already mentioned in the speech has to do with affordability. Canadians, my constituents, many of them are struggling because the cost of living in the West Coast is very high. The mortgage stress test has made it very difficult for first home buyers and even those who want to renew their mortgages because of the stringency. The opioid crisis that is impacting young people has raised great concern for parents. The environment, many people care about the environment, especially in the West Coast, where the beauty of our landscape and our resources is a huge part of our life, our culture. And there are other issues pertaining to mental health, where I've met certain parents who have lost their children to drug addiction, and some are roaming around in East Vancouver. So those kinds of issues came up, and I look forward to the opportunities to address some of those things. I have already done so with the opioid crisis, and I look forward to collaborating with all members of the House on helping to bring resolutions to those issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her speech and welcome her to the House. It's always hard for some of us when the previous member, who was a close friend, was the member for Port Moody Coquitlam. So when I hear that, I'm going to have to change who I expect to see. But I certainly, once again, do welcome you to the House. My question is about the bill in the sense that I wonder if the member shares my concern that if we're going to have a robust review mechanism, that it has to be adequately funded. And so I'm concerned that when we do, as we seem to be agreeing that this bill should pass, even if some amendments, that the government has to make proper resources available so that complaints against CBSA members won't hang over their head for inordinate amounts of time, that we properly fund the Commission so they can deal expeditiously with complaints.
Honourable member for Port Coquitlam Moody.
Thank you.
Port Moody Coquitlam, I'm sorry.
I thank the member who was friends with the previous member of my riding for standing up to pose his question and for his kind remarks. Just on that note, I look forward to continuing in the great work that he did and hope to accomplish much in my riding in that sense. I am concerned a bit about the budget. I agree that there should be, because there is an overload of work that the border agencies have to do already and other things, it would be great to see more discussions and details on how the budget will be worked out and if actually there needs to be more.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate on Bill C3, which I think is an uncontroversial starting place for this Parliament, given the fact that I think there's quite broad support. Clearly, an independent review body for the Canada Border Services Agency is a significant and welcome proposal. Not only because it strengthens accountability and trust among Canadians, but also because it improves Canadians' overall experience with our world-class border services. Madam Speaker, in travel and trade, Canadians have come to expect exceptional service at the border. And in the overwhelming number of people who cross our borders each day, that is what they receive, exceptional service. With 96 million interactions with travelers each year, there will inevitably be a few experiences or mistakes made. I think we've all heard that it's relatively small in terms of the number of complaints, but still significant enough that I think it merits an independent review body. And I think the other thing I'd like to say is lots of activity at our border, I think, is a testament to what we've achieved in Canada. It marks a healthy country and a healthy economy. When it happens that there are complaints, we need to ensure that our system is as accountable as it can be for Canadians. Internationally, when we're compared to our closest allies, Canada is alone in not having a dedicated review body for complaints regarding our border agency. In fact, US, Britain, Australia, New Zealand all have these independent review bodies. Domestically, the CBSA is the only organization within the public safety portfolio that does not currently have an independent review body. While most CBSA activities such as customs and immigration decisions are already subject to independent review, that is not the case when dealing with public complaints related to CBSA employee conduct and service. When you think of large service organizations, which I've worked for a few, I think it's quite common to have these independent review mechanisms. People can provide feedback. It's really crucial to constant improvement in our public service, and I would say it's considered a best practice. So that's why Bill C-3 is the next logical step. We've made major inroads in ensuring that the accountability and review of our public safety agencies, including CSIS, RCMP, and the Correctional Service of Canada. Under these proposals, if we are once again able to secure all-party support, as C-98 did just 8 months ago, we'll welcome the newly minted Public Complaints and Review Commission. This would be an important new tool for Canadians, building on the existing Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. The PCRC would have the strong mandate of reviewing public complaints about both CBSA and RCMP employee conduct or service issues, with the exception, of course, of national security issues. What does that mean? That means Canadians can continue to expect fair, consistent, and equal treatment at our border. This builds public trust, which I know we all believe in, and it would mean more opportunities for the CBSA to enhance their services, developing service standards that broadly cover our Border Services Agency. I know everyone in this House would agree that these proposed new measures are critical for an organization that deals with an incredible volume of travelers and trade around the clock. And I'd like to remind members that complaints could come from a wide variety of issues, not just the conduct of officers. For example, let's say I've had an excessive wait time or long lineups or security checks that are improperly conducted. I can then now, with this initiative, register a complaint. The PCRC would be there to ensure that the complaint is heard, processed, and examined in a thorough and timely way. And I'd also like to remind the House that it would not just be a mechanism for receiving complaints. It would also review non-national security activities carried out by the CBSA and RCMP, providing Canadians with public reports on those activities. For example, it would help us find answers to key questions like, are the CBSA's policies and procedures adequate, appropriate, and sufficient? Is the CBSA compliant with the law and with ministerial directions? And another example, is the CBSA using its authorities in a reasonable and necessary way? When the proposed new PCRC reports its findings on these matters, the CBSA must respond. This is a critical tool to have in place. Independent review processes are well known and create the objective third-party mechanism to encourage the reporting of any misconduct and any other feedback that I think is important. Particularly, as I've mentioned, as we move toward the border of the future, Mr. Speaker, Canada's airports, for example, are faced with growing numbers of air travelers as business and leisure continues to globalize. Volumes are rising across all lines of business. Security and international considerations are becoming more complex. Technologies like blockchain are developing and changing rapidly with a wide impact on border services. The border of the future will allow for faster processing of goods and travelers, better intelligence, and more seamless travel for everyone. Whatever the future brings, the CBSA understands the need to think and act broadly and to be responsive to the needs of Canadians and the world. They also understand that when problems arise in this changing environment, they can't be expected to review them all internally. An arm's-length independent review body must be put into place. That would allow the CBSA to focus on consistent and fair service for Canadians as it meets the challenges of the future. And it would give the public confidence that they have recourse when problems do arise, however few they may be. It brings Canada more closely in line with other countries' accountability bodies for the border agencies, including those of our Five Eyes allies. This is all about providing border services that keep Canadians safe and improve public trust and confidence. Bill C-3 would ensure that the public can continue to expect consistent, fair, and equal treatment by CBSA employees. I encourage all members of the House to join me in moving this important bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member across the way there for his remarks. I truly appreciate them. Really simple question, Mr. Speaker. My riding is Essex, which is down very close to Windsor. Windsor, Ontario, of course, across the border from our friends in Detroit. Can the member tell me how this bill improves the safety and security of Canadians in my riding? Thank you.
The member for Whitby.
First of all, I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I've been across the border close to your riding, and so I understand the nature of your riding. I just want to say that I think this will improve every experience of everybody crossing the Canadian border, whether you're an international traveler coming into the country or a Canadian traveling abroad. Having these independent review processes in place really just ensure that we can all give appropriate feedback, report any misconduct that might be happening, however small that might be. I think it's similar to our Speaker's initiative to have a suggestion box in this House. I think these feedback loops are important for constant improvement in any public service.
Questions and comments? The member for North Okanagan-Schwab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention of our member from across the way. But from what I've seen and heard of this bill, it talks a lot about reviews, processes, studies of conduct of CBSA and RCMP, but there's very little in it that talks about penalties for those that have contravened what standard practice or accepted practice should be. Can the member give us any example of what type of penalty action or responsibilities will be placed on those that are found to be in contravention of the standard practices?
The member for Whitby.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. I think it's an important consideration. Of course, penalties that are awarded have to suit the actual misconduct that was found. I think in Bill C-3, which I took the initiative to read through last night, there's significant, I think, protections and safeguards within it. I really think it gives this new body, this independent review body, the ability to investigate, call witnesses, really look at complaints in due course and provide reports. I don't think that the independent review body is able to penalize or award those penalties, as far as I've read, but it's an important consideration, and I'm sure we'll have more discussion in committee.
Questions and comments? The member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you in the chair, and I'll compliment the job you've done so far, as long as you don't cut me off. My question to the honourable member certainly flows from the fact I think all parties here are aware of the importance of this bill. It's been a long time in coming, as I've pointed out several times. I first raised this more than 6 years ago in the House. But once it gets implemented, I'm concerned that review bodies have to have adequate resources so that when complaints are filed against people, they can be dealt with in an expeditious manner, things not be left hanging over the heads of Canadian Border Service officers, who by and large do an excellent job for us each and every day. So I'm wondering whether the member will share my concern, and if so, make it known within his caucus that when this bill does pass, we have to make sure that the review agency is adequately resourced.
Whitby.
Speaker, I want to acknowledge my colleague here for a great question. As always, I think in any initiative that we take, we've got to resource, especially when we're talking about important mechanisms like this that do independent reviews. We know that responses have to be timely. This is why our government in 2019 invested $24 million in this particular initiative. So we've allocated and earmarked a significant budget figure for this, as we always do, take these considerations. I think if it's found that there's additional resources that are required in the future, we can look at increasing those amounts. When I think about 1,200, I think, complaints per year, we'll have to see, what the unit of service looks like, how intensive and costly it is to investigate each one of those. So I think in the coming years, we'll have a better sense of how much we might need to increase the budget.
Resuming debate, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Conservatives for sharing this time with me so I could speak to this important bill. This is something that's been a long time coming, as other members have pointed out, and something that civil society organizations have been asking for and citizens have been asking for. The CBSA they're our front line at our border, and they do important and valuable work. We have some 95 million travelers that CBSA interacts with every year. And it's important that the work that they do is recognized and that the people that step up to do this job are respected and recognized for the work that they do. My sister was a police officer in the OPP for 24 years. My uncle served in the RCMP. And, I've spent time with them on ride-alongs and seen the work that they do and talked with their colleagues and documented some of the work that they do. And these are people who step up to serve and protect our communities, just like the folks that are here to serve and protect us as part of the parliamentary security. And respect for the work that they do is important. So when we have cases where there are complaints that come to the media, and the last time we were debating this, C-98, there was a complaint that was taken to the media about a woman who had been kind of mishandled by CBSA. She was strip searched. She felt that the whole process was arbitrary, and she didn't have a confidence in complaining to the CBSA about what had happened to her. In 2016 to 2018, there was 1,200 cases of alleged misconduct by CBSA employees, and these are the things that can taint an organization that employs many, many people. So there was 228 cases of neglect of duty, 183 cases of discreditable conduct on duty, 59 cases of harassment, 38 cases of criminal association, 25 cases of abuse of authority, 7 cases of assault, 5 cases of intimidation, 5 cases of uttering threats, 5 cases of sexual assault, 4 cases of smuggling, and there's been accusations of racism and other things that happen at the border. Most people don't realize that when you cross the border, you are in a legal no man's land. You have very little rights when you cross the border, and CBSA has extensive powers to take blood samples, to take saliva samples, to access your data on your computers, to ask you for your passwords, to strip search you, to detain you, and in the case of non-citizens, to arrest you. We've had 14 deaths since 2000 in CBSA detention centers, and there is no independent review of these deaths or any potential criminal implications for the wrongdoing. So it's very important that we bring CBSA into this process that all of our other security forces are required to have bodies, oversight bodies for. So having this Public Complaints and Review Commission is really important. There's a couple of things about this that in this bill that we would like to see adapted and changed. One is that under the RCMP Act, the ineligibility paragraph under subsection 45.29-2 of the RCMP Act will exclude current or former members from serving in the Public Complaints and Review Commission. Member under the Act has a specific definition that means an employee of the RCMP, and presumably this should be amended so that current and former agents of the CBSA should be excluded from sitting on the Public Review and Complaints Commission as well. Because I think it's incumbent that it should be independent, that somebody who has serve with CBSA may have colleagues that are now called forward for a complaint that somebody, we want to have it completely arm's length. We don't want to have this continued relationship. And, when you're in these security organizations, if you're a police officer, it is like a brotherhood or a sisterhood. You think the best of your fellow officers, and you want to believe the best of your fellow officers. And I know this is the case for my sister when she was in the OPP. She was at the Ipperwash inquiry looking into the wrongdoing of fellow officers. And at first, she had trouble believing that they could be involved, that this was a wrongful death, the shooting of Dudley George. And what happened in that inquiry was that some of the worst behavior of certain members of the OPP came out. And so it's important that it's an independent body that looks at these behaviors and reviews it properly. Some of the other things about this we would like to see changed is some notification for people who are going to be deported. And there's a case of this gentleman, Richard Germain. He was an Indigenous man. He was born in California, lived his whole life on Penelakut Island, which is in Cowichan-Langford riding. He's married, he's a community leader, and right before Christmas, with no warning that his citizenship papers were in any sort of disarray and he should take steps, CBSA officials showed up at his home. They put him in leg irons. They took him away in front of his wife, who is a residential school survivor, traumatized her, their children, and their grandchildren. And in leg irons, they took him in a van to a detention center in Vancouver, where he was ordered to be deported as quickly as possible. No idea what was happening to him right before Christmas. Fortunately, there was he was working with an ethnobotanist in the University of Victoria, and Elizabeth May, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, helped working with the minister to ensure that he was taken out of detention. So having some notification, I think, for people that, and I realize that some people might cut and run with notification, but I think in this case clearly shows that just showing up right before Christmas and putting somebody in leg irons and dragging them away isn't very appropriate. So that's another aspect that we would like to see amended. And of course, we share concerns about how this will be funded to make sure that the Public Review Complaints Commission has adequate funding to do their work. But we do think that this is an important piece of legislation to pass, and that CBSA should have the same kind of oversight that other police agencies and security agencies have in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Hellingway. Did I get it right?
Well done. I'm curious. We all know what went on in the last Parliament with respect to the SNC-Lavalin affair. There was a clear overreach by the Prime Minister and people in his office around the issue of judicial independence and the push towards a deferred prosecution agreement. This legislation purports to expand the purview to create a new mandate for the Public Complaints Review Commission. And I'm wondering, in the member's opinion, what steps should what measures should be in place in this legislation to make sure that the minister's authority is restrained and the commission remains independent?
For the Nanaimo Lady Smith.
That's a good question. I believe that the commission should be completely at arm's length from the minister. When you have these processes, they should be independent, and they should be able to do their work without political interference. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague talk about this commission. We said it should be independent, but also what does he think about the lack of resources and the lack of human resources? People may have to work longer hours, they may be sleep deprived, they may make poor decisions.
Lady Smith.
Thank you for the question, merci. It's very important that people who step up to serve and protect in our communities have adequate resources, and that public complaints commissions like this have adequate resources. And I think that it's, to have people in responsibility in positions like CBSA, like the RCMP, like any of our police forces, having them work extended overtime is not a good idea. You want people to be at the height of their ability to think and to act and to be reasonable and to be able to do their jobs adequately, and being sleep deprived is no way to do that, and being overworked is no way to be able to do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important for us to recognize when we talk about that public oversight that we do have other agencies that have that public oversight, the RCMP being one of them. And if you take a look at what's happening within this legislation, the RCMP and CBSA will in fact have the same oversight group. So this way you are, retaining, and there's a lot of information that is there in place today, a level of expertise and so forth. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide some of his thoughts in regards to the fact that we are combining both the CBSA and RCMP together as one oversight group, and there is a great deal of benefit by doing so. Would he not agree?
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would agree with the member. I think that it's a very good idea to combine the two of these because it will be cost-saving, and there is that level of expertise already. One of the things that I've highlighted when I was speaking is that in the RCMP Act, under the review process with the RCMP, former members of the RCMP cannot be part of the commission. They cannot be part of the complaints process. In this legislation, it does not specifically say that former members of the CBSA or current members of the CBSA cannot take part in the commission, and I think that needs to be amended to have the same rules that the RCMP have for the CBSA. So I'd like to see a level playing field between the RCMP and CBSA, and have former and current members of the CBSA excluded from this commission. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Oxford. No, I'm sorry. Charleswood, St. James. No, come on. North Okanagan, Shuswap. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, that's quite fine. It's a challenge for all of us to get to know all the names in the first few weeks here. I'd just like to ask you through Madam Speaker, of my colleague from Vancouver Island, that we've seen concerns in here that the Commission will be required to submit a report to Parliament, but that report will go through the Minister's office. And if he shares the same concern that report can be edited or redacted by the Minister before it actually is received by Parliament as a whole, that is a concern for us. Is it a concern for the member as well?
And I'm going to speak very, very quickly.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, that is a concern for me as well. I think parliamentarians should be able to review these reports.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Saint.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to add my voice to the debate of Bill C3 at the second reading. This important piece of legislation would amend the CBSA Act and the RCMP Act to establish a new Public Complaints and Review Commission for both organizations. This would give the CBSA its own independent review body for the first time. Transparency and accountability are extremely important in any context. That certainly includes the public safety and national security sphere. Canadians need to have trust and confidence in the people and agencies that work so hard to protect them. But right now, among the family of organizations that make up the public safety portfolio, only the CBSA lacks a full-fledged independent review body dedicated to it. The RCMP has had such a body since 1988, the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. The CRCC reviews complaints from the public about conduct of RCMP members. and it conducts reviews when complainants are not satisfied with the RCMP's handling of their complaints. This process ensures that public complaints are examined fairly and impartially. Canada also has an Office of the Correctional Investigator that provides independent oversight of the Correctional Service of Canada. The Correctional Investigator essentially serves as an ombudsman for federal offenders. The main responsibility of their office is to investigate and to try to resolve offender complaints. The office is also responsible for reviewing and making recommendation on CSC policies and procedures related to those complaints, the goal being to ensure that areas of concerns are identified and appropriately addressed. The CBSA really stands out in this context. Before I go any further, it is important to point out that a fair number of CBSA's activities are already subject to independent oversight through existing bodies. Customs-related matters, for example, are handled by Canadian International Trade Tribunal. And with the passage of Bill C-59, the CBSA's national security-related activities are now being overseen by Canada's new National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. This agency is an independent external body that can report on any national security or intelligence-related activity carried out by federal departments and agencies. It has the legal mandate and expertise to review national security activities and serves an important accountability function in our democracy. But a major piece is missing in the architecture of public safety and national security oversight and accountability. There is currently no mechanism for public complaints about the CBSAs to be heard and considered. That's a significant oversight given the scope of the agency's mandate and the sheer volume of interactions with the public. CBSA employees deal with thousands of people each day and tens of millions each year. They do so at approximately 1,200 service points across Canada and at 39 international airports and locations. In the last fiscal year alone, border officers interacted with 96 million travelers, both Canadians and foreign nationals. And that's just one aspect of the business. It's a massive, complex, and impressive operation. And I think we can all be proud of having such a professional, world-class border service agency. In the vast majority of cases, the CBSA's interactions with the public happen without incident. Our employees work with the utmost professionalism in delivering border services to those entering the country. However, on rare occasions, and for whatever reasons, things go less than smoothly. That's not unusual. People are human, and we can't expect that everything they do will be perfect all the time. But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a fair and appropriate way for people to air their grievances. If someone is unhappy with the way they were treated at the border or the level of service they've received, they need to know that someone will hear their complaint in an independent manner. Needless to say, that's currently not the case. The way things currently work is that if a member of the public makes a complaint about CBSA, it is handled internally. In other words, the CBSA investigates itself. In recent years, a number of parliamentarians, commentators, and observers have raised concern about this problematic accountability gap. To rectify the situation, they have called for an independent review body, both specific to the CBSA. Bill C answers that call. Under the bill, the existing Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP would be given new powers and renamed the Public Complaints and Review Commission, or rather PCRC. The newly established PCRC would consider complaints related to conduct or service issues involving either CBSA or RCMP employees. If someone believes they've had a negative interaction with a CBSA employee, they would have the option of turning to the PCRC for remedy and would have 1 year to do so. The same would continue to be the case with respect to the RCMP. This would apply to Canadian citizens, permanent residents, and foreign nationals. That includes people detained in CBSA's immigration holding centers who would be able to submit a complaint related to their conditions of detention or treatment while in detention. The complaints function is just one part of the proposed new PCRC. The Commission would also have an important review function. It will conduct reviews related to non-national security activities involving CBSA and the RCMP for national security, as I noted earlier, now being under the purview of the National Security Intelligence Review Agency. The findings and recommendation of the PCRC would be non-binding. However, the CBSA would be required to provide a response to those findings and recommendation for all the complaints. Madam Speaker, I believe that combining these functions into one agency is the best way forward. The existing CRCC already performs these functions for the RCMP, and the proposals in the bill will build on the success and the expertise it has developed. Combining efforts may also generate efficiencies of scale and allow for resources to be allocated to priority areas. On that note, I certainly recognize that additional resources would be required for the PCRC, given its proposed new responsibilities and what that would mean in terms of workload. That's why I am pleased that the budget 2019 included nearly $25 million over 5 years, starting this fiscal year, and an additional $6.83 million per year ongoing to expand the mandate of the CRCC. That funding commitment has also been positively received by stakeholders. Madam Speaker, with Bill C-3, the government is taking a major step towards enhancing CBSA independent review and accountability in a big way. I was encouraged to see an apparent consensus of support for this bill in our debate so far. As we know, just 8 months ago, the previous form of this bill, C-98, received all-party support during the third reading in the House during the last Parliament. We have reintroduced this bill, taking into consideration points that were previously raised by the opposition parties, and we hope to rely on their continued support. Madam Speaker, the changes proposed in Bill C-3 are appropriate and long overdue. They give Canadians greater confidence in the border agencies that serve them. They would bring Canada in line with international norms in democratic countries. That includes the systems already in place in some of our closest allies, such as the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. I'm proud to be supporting this important piece of legislation. I will be voting in favor, of course, of this bill at the second reading, and I urge all my honourable colleagues to do the same when their time comes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Rockbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under this bill, are there provisions for the cost of defense when a complaint has been brought against a member?
The honourable member for Léonard Saint-Michel.
I read the summary with regards to this bill last night, and it's a very important question, and I thank the member opposite for bringing it forward. I think these are the kinds of questions that could be examined at the committee level. Thank you.
No, and she doesn't drink. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think I just wanted to re-highlight, as I've done a little bit earlier, in regards to Canada Border Control agents are more than just the individuals that we see at border crossings between Canada and the U.S. They're also in other areas, such as our international airports. And, having that presence is really important in terms of making the recognition that they do provide an essential service to ensure that there's an efficient flow of travel, of trade, and so forth. And I'm wondering if my colleague, Frank, can just provide her thoughts in terms of just a lot of the fine work that they do, but having said that there still is that need for that public oversight committee because it does help assist in having public confidence in the system.
Le député de Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
I thank my colleague for his intervention, statement, and question. I believe that the essence of this bill, and I think the essence of my colleagues in this House, is to ensure that accountability and transparency is sought out with the creation of this bill. I think Canadians expect that, and however little the amount of cases. I understand that there is approximately 1,200 cases reported per year. Every case is different and every case is important. And I think that every Canadian deserves to be treated with respect and to ensure that accountability and transparency is sought in every process of every complaint. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been hearing a lot of great-sounding words from the Government House Leader and then the member, public confidence, transparency, accountability, but it just makes me want to return to this question about SNC Lavalin. You know, that was a case where the Prime Minister and people in his office had no problem at all trying to interfere in the judicial process. In fact, the result of it was the Attorney General being removed from caucus. So that was a very serious affair, and Canadians were rightfully upset by it. I guess my question is, if Canadians don't have trust in the government not to interfere in the judicial process, how are they going to trust this Liberal government to not interfere with the affairs and business of the new Public Complaints Review Commission?
Honourable Député de Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
I thank the member opposite for his question. I'd like to remind the member that on October 21st, the public, Canadians across the country, have instilled confidence in this government to be able to be the governing government. And so I think that Canadians across the land have their confidence in this party and in this government. Secondly, I would like to add that the committee in itself is an impartial body of individuals, and therefore we expect that the report or their findings are transparent and are going to be impartial. Thank you.
Questions and comments very quickly. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you. What I'm a little bit worried about is asylum seekers. Will they have the opportunity to complain? Often there are delays, and that could be used as a tactic to delay their deportation. I would like to know what my colleague thinks about that. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Thank you very much to my colleague for his very relevant question. Based on what I understand of this legislation, it's not only for Canadians, but also for people who cross our borders. That's a very good question. I would imagine that this type of question is going to be debated and discussed at committee. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker. Oh, wow, thanks. I'm pleased to rise, of course, to join the debate on C3 today. I imagine all the masses sitting at home huddled in front of their TVs watching this on CPAC are quite surprised to see every party stand up and support this, and I'm pleased to support it in general as well. It's actually probably the 18 people at home watching on CPAC probably outnumber those at home watching CBC right now. Now, as broad, one of the things, before I get into my general speech, I want to talk about some of the comments about the oversight of the Oversight Committee. The reason that's important is we talked about the independence from the minister. A couple of days ago, we were debating Opposition Day motion about doing a review of the parole board process of the appointees, but the overall parole board in light of them releasing a previous killer out on the streets to kill again. And the reason I bring that up is during the debate, someone from the government side actually intervened and put through an amendment to change it to condemn not the parole board, who knew about the situation of the man visiting a prostitution, but they put through a motion changing that to condemning the parole board or the parole officer, to scapegoat the officer and not the parole board in general. And I do have a worry that this new oversight committee will focus, instead of the process in general, lack of training, lack of resources, will go after individual CBSA officers. So I do look forward to this getting through to committee and this issue being brought up, and that there are clear delineation between the government and the actual board. And I actually hope that the Oversight Committee is appointed through a transparent process and not patronage appointments of underskilled people, perhaps like the parole board, people who released that murderer. Now, the other thing I want to bring up, and I'm really glad so many people brought up, thank the CBSA officers who are working to protect Canadians, serve Canadians. One of the things this government did in the last round of bargaining, CBSA has been one of our best government departments in hiring veterans. I know the Speaker sat on us when we did our veterans studying. Canada, we have a rule brought through by the Conservatives that if anyone serves in our military and is released for medical reasons, goes to the very top of the hiring charts into the public service. After that, before anyone else, as if you've retired from the military after serving 3 years in uniform. We brought in legislation as well that recognized their seniority. So if you've served Canadian or Canada for 15 years overseas, 5 years in Afghanistan or overseas, that time serving Canada would be recognized when you join the public service for vacation, but also for scheduling seniority rights. Now, we have a lot of problems with getting the government departments to hire veterans, but CBSA is probably the top, has done the greatest job. We heard that this government actually bargained away seniority rights from those veterans who have been medically discharged and joined the public service. So it's nice to sit and hear all the departments or all the parties in this House today praise the CBSA and all their workers, but I hope they put the talking points aside and actually stand with the CBSA veterans, those who served our country overseas, perhaps medically discharged, or served in uniform and then got a job with CBSA, stand together in this House and demand this government bring back their seniority rights for those veterans who are now working with the CBSA. Now, that being said, I'm going to get to C3 itself. The backgrounder says, of course, CBSA ensures our security and prosperity, facilitating and overseeing international travel and trade across the Canadian border, interact with thousands of Canadians and visitors, Canada at airports, land border crossing ports, other locations, ensuring the fleets or free flow of people and goods across the border. Continues, the government recognizes that robust accountability mechanisms can help ensure that public trusts Canada's public safety institutions. And that's what I want to get back to. I want to make sure that we actually have a robust oversight of the oversight. It's kind of like the Watchmen comic book, who's watching the Watchmen. I want to make sure that these aren't just people out fulfilling some government agenda, as was suggested during the Opposition Day motion, where we go out and scapegoat the parole officer and not address the general issues at large. It says C3 will also legislate a framework for handling of serious incidents regarding CBSA personnel. This includes giving the PCRC responsibility to track, report on serious incidents, and that's great. But I want to come back to the CBSA officers. I mentioned during a previous intervention, we have serious issues within the cultural structure of the CBSA. I mentioned how the government stripped veterans' benefits from those serving in CBSA. During the most recent employee survey within CBSA, 63% of the members said they don't believe they can bring up concerns without fear of reprisal. Now remember, this is the same government when presented with a unanimous report from all three parties in the last Parliament to strengthen whistleblower protection, to protect public servants. Scott Bryson took it, threw it in the garbage. We had in operations, a committee on TV, actually, a commitment from Scott Bryson to come back to explain what his government was doing. You know what? He didn't come back. He refused for 5 months before he left this House, left Parliament, refused to come back. I hope the new Treasury Board Minister will come back and explain what the government is going to do to protect public servants. Now think about that, 63%, almost 2/3 of people of CBSA are afraid to come forward for fear of reprisal. Now we heard in the Operations Committee what some of these reprisals were. Lives destroyed, thrown out of work, blackballed from work. We actually heard of someone who brought up a corruption issue where the government actually sued the person. We actually have seen when the whistleblower blew the whistle on the Liberal government's payout to Omar Khadr, the Liberals weren't concerned about, well, geez, we're paying a convicted murderer, a confessed murderer, $10.5 million. You know what? They spent tens and tens of thousands of dollars investigating, going after the whistleblower. And so here we have a CBSA. We have all the parties in the government in the opposition saying we need, CBSA are valued workers. Well, the CBSA workers are saying they don't trust their seniors, they don't trust their government. We have a serious issue, and I hope part of ongoing legislation, we will address these issues. Another issue came up. 57% don't have confidence in senior management. And these are the same workers that we're expecting to be exposed in a way, held to trial in a way, by this new oversight process. It doesn't mention the oversight of the management, doesn't mention the fact that perhaps there's a culture of fear with the department. So again, I look forward to, in committee, that these things being hashed out so we have a proper system. 51% don't believe senior management act ethically. So you think about it, these are the people who are supposed to be stopping smuggled goods, protecting us from bad people coming across the border, billions and hundreds of billions of dollars of trade throughout the year. 51% don't believe their managers act ethically. And 63% don't believe they can come forward to this government to bring this up without reprisals being against them. So I hope, again, these things are brought up. I just want to look at a couple other things quickly because I know I'm running out of time. We have a lot of problems with CBSA. Now, this is right from their departmental plans. This is plans that the government tables as part of the estimate process. Ralph Goodale tabled it last year. Of course, he's not with us, but these are some of their goals for the coming year. Percentage of high-risk commercial goods targeted by CBSA are examined at the border. Was 94%, 96% of the Conservatives. Their goal for this year? We don't know. They actually put to be decided. So the goal for this year, they've put to be decided next year for last year's goal. Percentage of threats identified will lead to an enforcement action or inadmissibility recommendation. 18%. So they're saying 18% of threats, only 18% of the threats identified will actually be held to an enforcement issue. So they're saying 80% of threats identified they're not going to go after. And this is a problem. Percentage of high priority foreign nationals removed for issues such as war crimes. 80%. They've actually dropped their goal from previous years. So their goal is only to remove 80% of war criminals from Canada. And the reason I bring this up is a serious problem. If you look at the same departmental plan tabled by this government, over the next 2 years, they are cutting $410 million from the budget, according to their own plans. This is on top of $150 million they're cutting from last year to this year. The government wants to do this, this, and this, but they're actually doing something completely opposite. I hope the government will get on track, support CBSA, and we will get on track and we'll support this bill if they do so. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always find it interesting when stats are brought before us. I think that there is a lot of validity to the idea of stats can in fact be manipulated at times. I don't necessarily know all the background to what it is that the member across the way was citing. I suspect that it was a fairly thorough report. But the reason why I mention that is because one of the things that anyone watching or following this debate would have detected is that there's a wide spectrum of support from all political entities inside the House in seeing this particular bill pass so that ultimately it would go to a standing committee, where I think in a standing committee, many of the concerns that have been raised here during second reading will be afforded the opportunity to have at least some limited discussion and dialogue. And my question to the member opposite would be that of the Standing Committee and the important role that the Standing Committee does play in terms of looking at the possibility of making amendments. Does the member or his caucus that he might be aware of have any tangible amendments that he believes that they're going to be moving forward on this legislation?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Winnipeg North. And I want to assure him, I was looking at, we're flying out from Ottawa almost the same time today. I have looked online and your flight to Winnipeg is on time. So I was hoping that would be his question, but I wasn't quoting earlier statistics. I was quoting facts. These numbers are directly from, the cuts are directly from the public accounts. Now, the Speaker is on the Public Accounts Committee, or was, so she knows full these are actual numbers. These aren't made-up numbers like the Liberals throw around all the time, like, we've housed 100 million people in our housing program, which is not true, or that they've created this. It's not true. These are actual, truthful numbers. And when I quote from the departmental plan showing that they're reducing funding the CBSA for $410 million over the next couple of years, this is from their own plan that their own minister signed off on. These aren't made-up numbers. So one side could sit and say, well, blah, blah. These are actual numbers. As for what I'd like to see put forward, I'm not on that committee, but I would like to see a very strong overview plan so that we are protecting Canadians who have legitimate complaints, but we're also not scapegoating the CBSA. Now, the colleague across the way mentioned there's support from around the entire House. There was support from every party for our motion about a proper review of the parole board, but the government tried to change it to scapegoat the parole board officer and not the general problem. So I hope in committee we will look at a system that protects Canadians, protects parole board or the CBSA officers and workers in general, but is not used for perhaps scapegoating someone to further the government agenda.
Des commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the member from Edmonton West. Somewhat of a two-point question here, but I'll be very brief. I guess the first portion of the question is this the most pressing priority facing Canadians today? And I follow that up with, you know, we have a rising number of illegal firearms, rising shootings by gangs, skyrocketing overdoses, mental health challenges, court blockages, repeat offenders out assaulting Canadians, serious rural crime issues, and more. Why is this the top priority for the Department of Public Safety?
Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Essex and welcome him to the House. I don't know why this is, frankly, the top priority for the government. You know, the election was October 21. When England, when they had their election, Boris Johnson recalled Parliament within 6 days. Now, I can see within a change of government from Conservative to Liberal in 2015, them taking 2 months to recall Parliament. There's no reason we had to sit on our hands waiting for this government to recall Parliament. This is only the third week we've been sitting in 3 months. If there was such an urgency, I don't know why the government just didn't get onto it. It's the same with committees. 3 months after the election, most of the committees dealing with such issues, including the CBSA, still have not had their first seating. This government, just like the 42nd Parliament, seems to be wandering aimlessly from point to point to point, just waiting for perhaps some issue to pop up that they can tackle. I'm not sure why they've placed this ahead of opioid issue or the jobs crisis in Alberta, but that's just typical of this government.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to rise to speak today on this stormy Friday, but everything is going well in this House as usual. We are all together this Friday afternoon to talk about Bill C3, which is a bill to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Essentially, this is to create an oversight committee. And it follows the logic of a bill that was presented during the last Parliament, C-98, which was passed. However, you may have noted in previous speeches that the official opposition is in favor of this bill. However, we do have concerns that we're going to raise during the first reading, second reading, and the parliamentary committee study we're going to do. I would like to seize this opportunity that we have to pay tribute to the people of the RCMP and the Border Services Agency, who, day after day, sometimes risking their own lives, ensure safety on our lands here in Canada at our borders.
We don't think of them often enough, but we are very privileged to live in a safe country, and Canadians should, above all, recognize those who make it their job to protect us all. The people of the RCMP also, and the people who provide for our safety at the border, whether it's at land crossings, without forgetting, Madam Speaker, that we have the longest border in the world with the U.S. We can be proud of that because we know full well that our border is very well protected by officers of CBSA, people that are there on the ground, but also people who work in our airports and ports providing security there. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. So as I was saying, Madam Speaker, at this stage of the study of Bill C-3, well, a lot of the work was done by the last Parliament. In 2015, the Liberals said they were going to table legislation to address the concerns raised, and those are captured in this current bill, and that's all well and good. But the government members are now saying that things aren't moving fastly enough for them. But let's not forget they were committed in 2015 with that commitment, and they waited till the end of their first term to table Bill C-98. If it had been so important, so essential, so crucial, if it was one of their core commitments, well, they could have done something sooner. I won't mention anything about other promises that weren't kept in their first term, like the modest deficit promise. There's a lot of things they said they were going to do and that they didn't ultimately deliver. Madam Speaker, allow me to remind everyone of a sad episode in Canadian history, if not the saddest, since we're talking about border services, border security. That episode, unfortunately, that unfortunate episode was not the fault of our workers, our officers, our RCMP officers, or our CBSA officers, or any public servant. It was actually the Prime Minister himself. He was solely and entirely responsible for the refugee crisis that we had and that we have been experiencing for the past 3 years in Canada. I'd like to remind everyone that 3 years ago, the Prime Minister himself carelessly created a crisis on January 28th, 2017. And I remember the date because I was alerted by my smartphone, which said, the Prime Minister has just sent out a tweet. Oh, yes, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister was patting himself on the back and trying to assert some international prestige. He sent out a tweet saying that refugees are welcome in Canada. And that tweet followed the announcement by the U.S. government that they had closed the door on all refugees from Iran, Iraq, Libya, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. And that tweet, Madam Speaker, generated in and of itself a border crisis that was unprecedented in our country's history. We saw over 40,000 people taking an illegal road, Roxham Road, to enter Canada. And this was all a discredit to people who have dreamed of coming to Canada one day, because unfortunately, those law-abiding people, those people who follow the rules, did not benefit from this backdoor entry that was people were invited to take illegally by the Prime Minister. And I'm weighing my words here. There's a whole debate about whether it's irregular migrants or illegal migrants. Well, if it's irregular, why is there a billboard at Roxham Road that says it is illegal to cross this border? Illegal to cross this border if you don't cross at the official crossing point. Now they don't want to call it illegal anymore. They want to call it irregular.
Instead of illegality.
So if so, Madam Speaker, I'm asking this government for the last 3 years, all my colleagues are asking this government for the last 3 years, why there is a so huge poster at the entrance of the Roxham Road? This is illegal entrance. You can't go in there. Illegal. If the government cannot accept what his own government is writing on poster, they should resign. But they will not. They will not. Mais c'est ça, Madame la Présidente.
But that's the thing, Madam Speaker. That's the problem with this government. They boast about things. They've got their heart on their sleeve. They say we're the most wonderful, beautiful country in the world. Sure, but the fact is, the reality is different, Madam Speaker. Canada is a rule of law country. We have rules. We have to respect them, not because we're on the right or on the left, but because everyone has to respect the rules. Everyone should follow the rules all around the world. We didn't invite people. We care about refugees just like everyone else does, but we didn't invite people to come flooding over our borders with all kinds of pomp and ceremony. No. We do our work as a serious country, as a humanitarian country, but we put the accent on individuals rather than on TV and photo ops. That's the Liberal approach. Our approach is serious, sober, and refugees have come and enriched our country. For sure, the arrival of immigrants and refugees is a source of wealth and enrichment to our country, and we're certainly in favor of that. But so, Madam Speaker, and I can never thank Canada enough for welcoming my parents here in 1958. So these people who took Roxham Road to enter Canada illegally, and let's not forget, Madam Speaker, that led to a battle with the Quebec government because for the 3 years that the crisis was raging, there were financial consequences. Quebec was stuck with the bill. And we know as members how these international networks work. So thousands of people all around the world are following the rules. They are applying through the embassy, through the consular offices, but they didn't have the good fortune of being invited by the Prime Minister to take the back door through Roxham Road. It's insulting to those people, Madam Speaker, all around the world who followed the rules. And the National Post on April 3rd, 2018, wrote that the Mexican embassy, the principal secretary at our embassy in Mexico, said that the Prime Minister's tweet was causing tons of problems. To wrap up, Madam Speaker, a big thank you to RCMP and CBSA officers who provide for our safety and security. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just heard my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent reminding everyone that C3 had to do with public complaints, but he spent 10 minutes talking about irregular migrants at Roxham Road. I'd like to know whether I'm to take it from that for him, the cause of mishandling of public complaints is irregular migrants at Roxham Road? The Honourable Member. Allow me to salute my colleague, Madam Speaker, and congratulate her on her election. When she talked about CSIS, I thought she was talking about CBC, but as you know, no Conservative member would criticize the CSIS. Now, what I did say at the outset was that, yes, we're definitely aware of what's going on at CBSA and at the RCMP, and I went over the history of this bill, so no one should claim that I spent the whole time talking about Roxham Road. That's not true. The fact is, Madam Speaker, yes, there have been dozens and even hundreds of CBSA workers who were stuck with a problem that was entirely fabricated by the Prime Minister. And it's our duty here in the House to shed light on these problems that are created artificially by the clumsy political interference opposite. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague and my neighbour from the Confederation Building for his comments. And also, Madam Speaker, before I got into politics, I worked for the RCMP for almost 24 years, and we at the RCMP had an independent review mechanism. So when members of the public had a complaint to make, they had confidence in that system. I'd like to know what my friend and colleague might have to say about the importance of such a system to serve Canadians better.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to answer my colleague's question. I have a lot of regard and fondness for her. We are neighbours. And we locked horns when I was finance critic, and she was parliamentary secretary to the finance minister. So I'd like to salute the member for Moncton for her contributions. I can't remember the whole name of your riding, but it's Moncton and something else. Yes, Madam Speaker, we agree with the bill in principle. This is the right approach to take, and that is why, with C-98 in the previous Parliament, we made serious efforts leading to the passage of that act. We did have important questions to raise, and we still do, and I'm convinced that a parliamentary committee will have the opportunity to delve into those. Thank you for the question. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking my colleague for the great work he does in the House, in particular on the National Unity File, speaking up about the importance of projects in Alberta. I think Albertans should know about the great work being done by members of our caucus from all parts of the country, including from Quebec, standing up for projects like Tech Frontier and communicating those messages in both official languages. I want to ask my colleague to share a little bit more about the frustrations being felt in different parts of the country about the challenges at the border. These are things we hear about. There's concerns in Manitoba, there's concerns in Quebec, especially where some of this is happening, but all across the country. And what policy recommendations he would suggest to the government in terms of responding to these issues.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Time to pay all my respect to my colleague, who is very, very always present in the House and has always something to say, but always something interesting to say too. This is quite important, because sometimes we have some other people on the other side who always speak, but not really on the good side. But anyway, so Madam Speaker, what I want to... we can disagree. This is what democracy is all about. This is why we are in the House of Commons. This is why we are here, and unfortunately, it's why they are there. So, Madam Speaker... but time is moving out. Watch out in the next 2 years. So, Madam Speaker, what I want to say to that, yes, this was also a threat to national unity, the crisis created by the Prime Minister's tweet, because people in Quebec, as in Manitoba, as in each and every provinces, would like and love to welcome people coming offshore. But they also want to welcome people who will follow the rules. And those Islam's refugees, those 40,000 something more, who passed throughout the Roxham Road or track, those people were the first victims of the Prime Minister tweet.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me pleasure to rise, and unfortunately, our previous member got cut a little bit short. I'm sure he had more to say. He's such an eloquent speaker. It's always a pleasure, but always a challenge to follow someone like that as well. Madam Speaker, it's rather fitting that this bill is up for debate this month, and many here, or some may be aware, but I don't think most are, that February 1st of 2020 was actually the 100th anniversary of the forming of the RCMP in Canada. An exemplary police force. We have members here that, I heard one today say that she had worked for the RCMP for a number of years before coming to this House. I know we have members on both sides that have served in police work, the RCMP, and so on. I'm fortunate I have a brother-in-law that entered the force back in the, would have been the early 70s, I believe, got transferred out to where we lived in the North Okanagan Shuswap, met my sister, and even after all of the rough time that our older brothers gave him, they decided to get married. He spent many years in the force and actually retired from the force from the audit department. And that audit department is internal in the force. They go in and review all of the cases in the detachments. He traveled throughout Western Canada, spent many years doing that, a very honorable, sometimes challenging role, because he was reviewing his fellow officers' work and their work as well. Again, I speak about the RCMP and the honorable role they've had. I'm also fortunate that we have a retired RCMP commissioner, the first female RCMP commissioner with the RCMP. She was through the first female recruiting class at Depot in Regina in 1974, I believe it was, and was posted in Salmon Arm, again in my community of the North Okanagan Shuswap. Served many years with the RCMP and eventually retired as commissioner, but chose that North Okanagan Shuswap area as her retirement home. And maybe many aren't aware, she is now appointed as senator from BC to the upper chamber of the Senate to represent our region in the Senate. A great honor. We've gotten to know her, her husband, and her friends over the past few years. Very honorable person, and just a great, I think, a great fit into our legislative system here in Canada. And I talk about that because there is so much honor in the roles of those people within the RCMP, within the CBSA. But unfortunately, we have the odd one that may not be as honorable, and that's why we need these review processes. So I would hate for or I wouldn't want to see the entire force or the entire department of CBSA to be tainted, for the public to think that we have to review everyone in that department or the detachments. That's certainly not the case. And along the lines of the RCMP, I mentioned that February 1st was the 100th anniversary of the formation of the RCMP. In the town of Vernon, we had a couple of fellows formed a small committee to do a RCMP Appreciation Day, which I went home last weekend and took part in at the Vernon Museum and Archives. Great representation there, and one of the greatest pieces was they also had 2 brand new RCMP recruits that had arrived in the last 48 hours, take part in that ceremony as part of that recognition. And then later that night, they were actually in their red surges out onto the ice to help drop the puck at the Vernon Vipers hockey game. That honor and tradition was there because Senator Bussin was there in her RCMP, or in her regalia, and these members were there in their red surge as well, showing the honor that's there. And again, with the CBSA, many of us here travel through our airports. I do regularly back and forth in travel from BC and the North Okanagan Shuswap. And we've seen many instances where those CBSA workers in the airports are being challenged by unruly passengers, impatient passengers, sometimes impaired passengers. We were passing through Calgary around Christmas time and saw an incident take place, and I have to give my congratulations to the CBSA guards and security people that were on duty at that time. They handled the role very professionally. But we also stand the risk of those guards and members being set up because of all of the tools and technology that are out there with cell phones, with someone who wants to act unscrupulously, so that they can initiate an incident and only perhaps record part of it to begrudgingly attack the department or a person. That's where I think this review process will be very beneficial. So long as it is open and transparent. We've heard discussion today about there will be an annual report to the minister. we want to make sure that that report is transparent, that it isn't redacted by the minister, that Parliament gets to review it in full. A review process needs to be open, transparent, and fair. It also has to find that balance between individual and national security and the individual's right to privacy and their own security. We've heard the concerns about access to cell phones and personal data on cell phones. Many of us keep our own personal information, passwords and so on for other accounts on our cell phones. To have that basically without restraint accessed by border guards is very troubling for some. Shouldn't be for anybody that lives their life in a respectful manner, but those that are marginal may be making a lot more issues about that. I also want to touch a little bit on an issue that I heard just this week actually about outdoor tourism coming into Canada, and that's fishing, members from outside the country coming into Canada for guided fishing trips or for guided hunting trips. They are being challenged at the border because of offenses many years in their past, sometimes as teenagers. Now they're trying to come into Canada as seniors. They've had it impaired very earlier in their life, or they've had another minor criminal offense in the U.S., and they're being barred from coming into Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see I've got about 2 minutes left to go. There's been some great debate on this Bill C3, and I really do look forward to it going to committee. I know we're getting close to the end of the week here. We're all heading into a constituency week, so I want to wish everyone well. I'll be heading back to my riding in the North Okanagan-Shuswap to one of the biggest, well actually the biggest winter carnival in Western Canada. The Vernon Winter Carnival, they named Queen Silver Star and her princess last night. They'll be having proclamations, parades, snow sculptures. Unfortunately, the big balloon fest, hot air balloon fest won't be happening this year. Snow sculptures, parka parties, many events for 10 days over the next 2 weekends and the weekend between, many events back in the riding, so I'm certainly looking forward to being back there. I think many of our members here as well, as we go into a constituency week, to go back and talk to our members back in the ridings. Thank you for this time, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague for his thoughtful comments today. And I'm also very pleased that all members of the House approve, or I believe approve, of this piece of legislation, as we recognize that it's a very important one. As my honourable colleague has mentioned, we certainly know that most of all of the members that work for the CBSA, almost 14,000 of them actually, provide tremendous service to protect our borders and to protect us as Canadians on a regular basis. And we certainly recognize that the work that we're doing in putting this review in place is not for the majority of them, but the exception to the rule, might I add. And I'm just wondering if my colleague would be able to elaborate perhaps on the importance of putting together this independent review process and how he feels it will benefit his constituents and all of our constituents.
Honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, and I thank the member for that question. This piece of legislation, we still have to review it at committee, and there may be amendments in there, refine it, make it better. I think we're all in agreement that it's ready to move to that stage, but we want to make sure that every member in this House has had the opportunity to debate it, to put their points forward. I was certainly glad to have my opportunity today to recognize the members of the RCMP and the CBSA that do such a commendable job in their duties every day. I think the review process that's going to be put in place will help or be a benefit to every constituency, every constituent in this country, because it will give a sense of accountability to those members that may step offside for a short period of time. That accountability is so important. It's important not just with our enforcement agencies, but it's important to our governments as well. Unfortunately, this government hasn't been quite so accountable. We've seen the issues with the conflict of interest commissioners' reports. Those reports have come out, but there's been no penalization, no retribution required. And that's one of the troubling pieces of this bill, is that there doesn't seem to be a penalty process in place to deal with someone that has gone wrong on this process. Thank you.
Commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Center.
Sorry?
Edmonton Center.
Center, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for your remarks and particularly your depth of understanding of the RCMP, the stories of the RCMP, and the importance of that organization and all the great work that they do in our country. My question for you, as you know, I'm new to this place, and it strikes me that this is a piece of legislation that was introduced last sitting, and I fail to understand why it's taken so long for what is a relatively straightforward piece of legislation, that it has taken this long for it actually to come back into the House.
Honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton West and congratulate him on arriving here after the election last year. Great feat to be elected to this House. It's certainly an honor, and he's doing a great job of representing his constituents in Edmonton West. The question about why it's taken so long, that troubles me as well. We've really been almost, we were 6 months without any sitting in this House. No government legislation. Certainly a government that had been in power for 4 years should have had legislation ready to drop on very short notice. But it took this government 6 months to really get into doing any business. And now we've seen that the committee work, for the most part, has been delayed until even further. Many committees not coming back until after this upcoming constituency week, well into February, when a lot of this could have been taken care of by a government that should have known how to govern, but certainly haven't shown that again in this term. Thank you for the member for asking that question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. You have about 3 minutes before.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll get as much in as I can in the time I have. This bill, C3, is about accountability. The government, one of their first pieces of legislation in this Parliament is to bring forward legislation to increase civilian oversight for our law enforcement agencies. And this is a bill that, generally speaking, Conservatives are supportive of. But we do find some irony in the fact that the government's immediate priority is to strengthen accountability for somebody else, when the biggest problem we have is a lack of accountability for the government. The government's failure to be accountable for their many terrible decisions and the impact that is having on Canadians. And let's start with their lack of accountability today in question period, when my colleague from a neighboring riding, the member for Lakeland, asked important questions about the Tech Frontier project. She asked what the government was going to do about this vital project for our national interest, a project that, if arbitrarily rejected by this government, would likely create a new, larger national unity crisis. She asked those questions, and the parliamentary secretary refused to be accountable, refused to explain the government's thinking. All he said is, well, there's a process and there'll be a decision made at some point. Meanwhile, leaks are coming out indicating that they're thinking of an aid package, as if Alberta had been hit by some kind of natural disaster. No, the disaster hitting Western Canada is not a natural disaster. It is very much a disaster made by politicians here in Ottawa. And let's end the disaster. We don't need disaster relief. We need to end the disaster by approving projects that are in our national interest, by supporting the Tech Frontier project, by supporting pipelines. This government needs to be accountable for their own failures. And perhaps they should prioritize being accountable themselves before bringing forward legislation to make somebody else accountable.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes and 5 seconds when we return to this debate. So it being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 18, 2020 at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1. Comme il est 14h30, la Chambre s'ajourne jusqu'à mardi 18 février 2020 à 10h, conformément aux articles 28.2 et 24.1 du règlement. Bonne semaine.